Good morning. I know it's a bit of an early start for us, but we will be now convening the Labor and Public Employees Committee meeting. And before I start, I do want to just offer my condolences to Representative Hughes. I know this is a tough day for you, and we appreciate you being on this morning by Zoom. And please share our condolences with your family.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So any comments from my ranking member? Okay, we'll get started then. So the first bill on the agenda is, this is a bill for final action, and it's item number 1 is House Bill number 5491, an act concerning centralization of workforce development information. This is straight JF to the floor, and this bill would require the Labor Commissioner to set up basically a portal, someplace on the website that would consolidate all of the workforce development programs that we have in the various agencies, even extending into apprenticeship programs that might exist in the trades and other apprenticeship programs. And the goal is to really provide a place where especially folks re-entering or young people entering the workforce have a place to go to look at resources they might have for training in order to qualify for jobs. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And so is there any discussion? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that this was an interesting proposal because I have, as a business owner, not necessarily in the workforce setting, I find it sometimes difficult to navigate some of the state's websites. They have, if you need this area for Department of Labor, this area for consumer protection, a lot, especially with licensing. And however, I think this is an interesting suggestion. I'd like to, continue this conversation. So I think this is a decent proposal.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 1, House Bill 5491, an act concerning centralization of workforce development information. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser, I couldn't see you on camera there. Would you mind repeating that?
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake, Representative Shake, if you can unmute. I'll give it a moment since we just had several members walk in.
Item number 1.
This is a vote on Agenda Item 1. Senator Sampson, whenever you're ready.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake, if you can unmute.
Yes,
Yeah, I do too.
we got a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be holding votes open this morning. And we'll announce the time at the close of the meeting. I did want to also note for the record that my co-chair, my good co-chair, Representative Sanchez, has a little one that wasn't doing well this morning, and that's why he's not with us yet, and I'm sure he'll get here if he can. But of course, taking care of his very little baby is is his priority and should be. So we'll move on to item number 2 on the agenda, and that's House Bill number 5497. It's an act establishing a task force to study the effects of artificial intelligence on the trades industry and requiring a study of a certified nursing assistant training program. This is a JFS to the floor, and the LCO number is 3409. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I would say that the S language here, in this case, is just a matter of adjusting so that we have a task force for the study of instead of a study, we have a task force on the effects of AI on the trades. Any questions or comments? Representative Master Francesca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on that one. The part where the certified nursing assistant training program, is that a study and a task force or a task force?
I believe that's hold on one second. Oh, the S language also includes removing that from here because it's in 5003 now.
So that item is removed from the bill completely?
It's removed from this bill, it's in 5003.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 2, House Bill 5497, an act establishing a task force to study the effects of artificial intelligence on the trades industry and requiring the study of a certified nursing assistant training program. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, LCO 3409. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera. Senator Cabrera, if you could unmute. Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Lesser,
Senator Lester's an aye.
thank you. Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 3. This is Senate Bill number 443, an act concerning the provision of survivors' benefits and health insurance coverage to family members of correction officers, court support services, Court Support Services Division investigators, Criminal Justice Division investigators, and Office of the Chief Public Defender investigators killed in the line of duty. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
Second. Lots of seconds.
And I do want to make a note on this. There's been a lot of back and forth because there is a paragraph that describes our fallen heroes in the in law enforcement and fire, but leaves out these other categories that are in the title of the bill. However, they are entitled to all the benefits, as I understand it, although they get them in a different way. So we're going to continue to have discussions on this. I do expect that this bill would change substantially to, if there is a desire to change. It really is about the $100,000 that our fallen heroes get and whether it's given in a lump sum or on a monthly basis. And if we decide that that needs to be adjusted, then we will continue that discussion but likely that you'll see a different bill when we bring it to the floor. So I think it's a really important bill, but we want to make sure that we're getting it right. So with having noted that, there's no S language, and we haven't attempted to address those changes because it took us a while to understand it. So at this point, it's a straight JF, but I imagine you'll see some changes in that bill before we bring it to the floor. Any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that, obviously it's a laudable to get this, laudable to get this right. Who, I guess, who's involved in those conversations? Where's the conflict may be the wrong word, but where is the differing of how the language reads now or should read?
I think it was brought to our attention by the union that represents these workers, and they noted that there's a difference in the payout and the way that could affect families. And I understand that because at a time of a loss like that, sometimes the payout is how that happens is really critical and important to the family. So I don't think there's even going to be a fiscal note here because we're not changing, as far as I understand it, we're not changing how much people receive, but it's how they receive it. Representative Weir.
And so is the difference in how they are paid, is that part of the collective bargaining agreement, or is that written into statute?
It's by statute.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded. On agenda item 3, Senate Bill 443, an act concerning the provision of survivors' benefits and health insurance coverage to family members of correction officers, court support services division investigators, criminal justice division investigators, and Office of the Chief Public Defender investigators killed in the line of duty. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall is yes.
Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes is yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester is an aye.
Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 5 on the agenda. SB number 270, an act concerning the Labor Department. This is a JF to the floor. This is a placeholder bill. Are there any comments or questions? Oh, wait, so moved. Thank you, Representative Wilson. You keep me on task. It's been moved. Is there a second? Any comments or questions? Seeing none, no hands, I would ask that the clerk call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded. On agenda item 4, Senate Bill 269, an act concerning workers' rights. The motion is to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, would you mind turning your camera on?
I'm driving, so I'll vote when I come in.
Okay, I'll collect your vote later. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall is a yes.
Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes is yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser has left the same. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Item number 6 on the agenda is SB number 357, an act concerning unemployment. Oh, I skipped one. I apologize. We'll go back to item number 5, Senate Bill number 270, an act concerning the Labor Department. It's a JF to the floor, also a placeholder. It's been moved,
Second.
seconded. Is there any discussion or comments? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded. On agenda item 5, Senate Bill 270, an act concerning the Labor Department. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall is yes.
Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on now to item 6, Senate Bill Number 357, an act concerning unemployment dependency allowance. This is a J up to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that would increase the dependency allowance to a family to the person that's on unemployment. It would add to the family dependency allowance. Currently, this is $15 a week per person to, I think, a maximum of 5. And it would now increase that to $45. And when we looked at the $15 was set a very, very long time ago, and clearly it costs a lot more to support your dependents. So the increase would address the inflation that's occurred since this originally was set. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a ton on this other than, we're going to be seeing a bill on
Alcohol.
unemployment.
Hold on one second. Representative Paul, please mute. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, hello? No, no echo. So we are going to be seeing a bill later today on unemployment for striking workers, which I think will address at more length, which, in and of itself, we've seen that bill before, but here is another bill that would put pressure on our unemployment system. I do see that we had testimony from the Commissioner of Labor and her estimation that by making this change, it would cost the department $380,000 to implement it, to fully implement it, which, according to her, is not a permissible federal expenditure. Additionally, there is they have estimated that the additional claimant payout by moving from 15 to 45 would be $12 million per year when our unemployment trust fund is already taxed. She states that they're trying to move it towards solvency. So I think we have to, I know that it's the intent, and often this legislature is very generous with our taxpayer money and with our, handing out benefits. And I think we need to be cautious when we look at this. You would just say, geez, it's only, another $30, and we're adjusting for inflation. But that's a 200% increase from $15 to $45. So for those reasons, in addition to, obviously, we'll be seeing the striking workers bill, which could further tax this unemployment compensation system, I will not be able to support this today. Thank you.
Any other comments? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'll just concur with my excellent colleague, Representative Weir. The issue here really is that we're talking about several bills on this agenda that are going to expose the unemployment compensation insurance system to more costs than they've typically been faced with. And obviously those costs end up back on employers and then ultimately back on consumers. And the number one issue facing Connecticut today is affordability. And this agenda will only exacerbate that problem. And we could highlight that in a lot of different ways. But I think it's obvious to most people that, as the government creates more costs, expands the government itself and its influence on business, and in a negative way by creating more impediments to operate in the state of Connecticut, that's not going to benefit anyone, particularly the people at the lowest income level who are just trying to get by. I especially dislike this policy because it is on the same agenda with the striking workers proposal. Here's a situation where you're going to expand unemployment insurance to people that are voluntarily turning down available work and pay in exchange for taking unemployment compensation. And now this bill is going to increase the amount of compensation that they would receive on top of it. You're piling on disincentives to work, to produce, to participate in a legitimate collective bargaining arrangement. And instead you're creating reasons for people to engage in strikes, coercive negotiations, and I just think that when you create larger and larger incentives, like this small change in the compensation does make a, let's say, incremental impact. I just, this would be a lot better as a standalone bill. You combine it with the striking workers on the agenda, and it changes the whole outlook that I would have on it, because I think unemployment insurance is crucial. It is important for people that are actually in a situation where they lose gainful employment, not of their own free will. And certainly people in those situations, we have an obligation to help, but you're going to upend that today. You're going to upend that and make it another form of welfare, frankly, or a way to be worse than welfare. You're going to turn it into a mechanism to be able to lean on employers in a coercive manner in a negotiation. And meanwhile, you can get paid a little extra for that. To me, it's absurd, frankly, Madam Chairman, to put this on the same agenda with that and expect a different result. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Any other comments? Before we call the roll, I just want to make clear that this would apply to anyone who is eligible for unemployment. And I do recognize that it's a big jump. Unfortunately, that's what happens when we don't index things and take it into account that, we fall far behind. When this was originated, it really was intended and had some impact on the ability to provide for your family when you're unemployed. But unfortunately, we haven't kept it up to date, and so now it's a huge jump. But I look forward to having further discussion about it, and I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded. On agenda item 6, Senate Bill 357, an act concerning unemployment dependency allowance. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall is yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Master Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving to the next item on the agenda, item number 7, SB number 354, an act concerning staffing in the Unemployment Insurance Division and the Labor Department. This is the JFS to the floor. LCO number 3449. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The S language does two things. First of all, it identifies that we want to add an additional 25 positions to the staff that was in place, to the position count that was in place in September of last year. The reason for that clarification is because since then, we have seen a great difficulty in this division of the Department of Labor in actually providing the services that our constituents need. There's been extremely long wait times before you can even get a call back from the system. And we had testimony from both in appropriations in the subcommittee on conservation and development, and also here for this committee from the commissioner that really addressed some of the problems they're having in meeting the need. We know we put the date at September 30th, 2025, because we know since that time, even when we had status quo, we had these long wait times. Since that time, there have been 2 federal cuts to our unemployment division. And in those federal cuts, I think, were they to go and, if we don't make up the difference, there's going to be huge cuts. I think it's $19 million. This bill contemplates maintaining the status quo and adding 25 positions so that we can better serve our constituents who are unemployed. And I think everybody knows that that's a period of time when people need quick response time because they're depending on those benefits in order to just pay the rent and buy the food. And so this S language provides for 25 new positions that would be filled, that would be available to hire no later than July 1st, 2027. Are there any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Here's another very similar situation to the last bill. I think any of my colleagues in this building are in full recognition that the Department of Labor does have some staffing issues. We have a steady stream of constituent complaints and concerns over unemployment compensation and other types of labor-related situations that affect our constituents, and we end up getting that call almost as if we're the customer service department for the state government, something I don't know that I actually signed up for when I got elected, but it's an important role that we play as representatives of our constituents to make sure that they are getting the services that the state offers. It's just frustrating, frankly, when you are constantly receiving calls because the state government is not capable of living up to the responsibilities that it has given itself, frankly. And I am more than inclined to want to help that situation by making sure that there's enough staff at the Department of Labor. The problem I have is that you have placed this item as well on the same agenda with a bill that is going to expand unemployment compensation to people that choose to work, choose not to work, when gainful employment is available to them voluntarily. And that, in my view, is going to open the door for countless other situations that are going to generate more effort and work on behalf of the Department of Labor. You know, why are we going to expand the problems that that state agency is facing while they're already shorthanded, while they already are having difficulty living up to their current responsibilities? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And, you know, when we get to the striking workers bill on the agenda, one of the big questions is, what is a labor dispute? Because I have a feeling that that bill goes much, much farther and much more in depth into different types of interactions between employers and employees than simply a strike. If every labor dispute now justifies automatic unemployment compensation, then maybe the Department of Labor won't need as much staff because those things will no longer need to be adjudicated based on the language that is before us. But that remains to be seen. Maybe we should have had that bill farther up the agenda so we could actually figure out whether or not that is a factor that we should be considering, and also determining whether or not that bill would pass in its current form and what impact it would have on these other items. But as of right this minute, I've got to realize, after years of experience, that generally speaking, when the majority Democrats come up with a agenda for a committee meeting, all of the bills on the agenda pass. I don't see too many cases where people change their minds and we end up having a bill or two that does not. So if that's the case, then I've got to take these policies as a whole. And if I do that, I've got to take into consideration the massive, unwarranted, and completely illogical and unfair expansion of unemployment compensation that's taking place in Senate Bill 440 when I look at this proposal. And I don't want to help expand that program any further. I think it will do detrimental harm to the state of Connecticut, its employers, and ultimately everyone who ends up having to pay for goods and services in this state as a result. You are making very, very poor policy choices from an economic standpoint in this committee, and the people of Connecticut, I hope, are paying attention. Thank you.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard you reference the Department of Labor Commissioner's testimony on this. Did we hear that in person? Because I don't see any written testimony on this bill from the Department of Labor.
I did mention that I believe I heard that in the subcommittee on conservation, the appropriations subcommittee. I may be mistaken. I thought she had said something here as well, but when she testified, but I could be wrong about that. I think the main substance was before the appropriations committee.
Thank you for that, because I don't recall, I remember seeing the commissioner here on a couple of occasions for public hearings. I can't remember whether it was specific to this bill, but the Department of Labor submitted no testimony on this bill one way or the other. And here in the bill, we mandate that they employ more, that they add headcount without input. And I know that I heard you mention that we're expecting 19 million in federal cuts, but employing 25 additional people, I don't know. How does 25 correlate to 19 million? Is that going to be? I can't imagine that we're going to exceed the 19 million with 25. But how does 19 million correlate with 25 employees?
I mentioned the 19 million in the context of we know this is going to go to appropriations, and there's going to be a major discussion in appropriations because we're going to have to decide as a state whether we're going to respond to the federal defunding of our state department, our state unemployment system. A hit of $19 million. I have done some calculations, and I think it would equate to about 140 employees that we would have to lay off. Hopefully the Appropriations Committee will be able to address this and we will avoid those. But what our intention was in this bill, and continues to be, and that's why it's drafted in the way that it is that we should be doing better than the status quo. So we're assuming it's written to add positions prior to those cuts. So that's why the 25 positions are written as being in addition to the staffing that we had on September 30th of last year. And there was testimony about this in that subcommittee. I'm not on that subcommittee, but I did go to that meeting, so I went to that hearing, a public hearing, so I could understand what was going on because of the concerns that we've had raised. And I think every member of the legislature has heard from at least one, if not more, constituents that have had difficulty with wait times. We know that there are peak periods of unemployment in our state, mostly related to seasonal needs and seasonal layoffs, and that happened to hit very heavily in January. So the reason it's drafted the way it is also to be broadly defined, not specific to the call center, which is where we were hearing the greatest issues, call center and adjudication. It's more generally drafted and so that there can be cross-training and that people can move between within the division between the areas that have the greatest need.
Thank you for that answer. For the reasons, obviously, we're seeing 3 unemployment, Department of Labor related bills, unemployment related bills. Just quickly looking here, because I know that Senator Sampson touched on it, you did as well, and I have experienced and certainly heard from constituents about the long wait lines. My concern is, if I look back if any of us looks back at the population of Connecticut, it hasn't changed significantly. We're right around 3.6 million. I don't think it's grown. We've not seen a huge population decrease. It's been fairly steady. Those who may have left for other areas during COVID or at what period were replaced by people coming in from elsewhere. As we see our housing situation is tight. We do not have a lot of vacancy. So that's been pretty steady, as has our unemployment rate, which has been between 3 and 4% for the past 10 years except for the spike during COVID. So I don't, I think it would beg to have a deeper dive into why now are we hearing about these. I remember prior to being elected here during 2020 when that number of people collecting unemployment spiked. Obviously, there were huge wait times. It was a mess. I think the system went through an upgrade, if I recall, has gone through an upgrade since then to try to streamline. So I think before I could even consider supporting this, along with the other items related to the striking workers and also the unemployment system, that I would want to, I think we would want to look at what is driving these wait times. What is the holdup? Without testimony from the Department of Labor, it's hard to say. But if just looking at this holistically, if our population is stagnant, relatively stagnant over the past 10 years, and the unemployment rate is similar other than COVID, which today our unemployment rate is back to where it was historically, what's with the long wait times, and how will adding, I want to be convinced that adding 25 people is gonna improve the situation. And it may, I don't know, but I would want to be convinced. I think it's incumbent on us, people around this table, to ask those questions and be convinced. I think we should be convinced before voting yes on items. That's my take. So I will not be supporting this today for those reasons. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Weir, and maybe it's because I did participate in the public hearing. I heard a lot of detail, and I have had meetings with the Commissioner of Labor, and I can assure you I am confident that if you want to put together a meeting, I know she will sit down and go through the numbers with you, as she did with the committee in appropriations. But a big part of this, you mentioned the upgrade. We did upgrade to a call center system, and we fully staffed that when it was stood up. It was stood up during COVID, and we had a much bigger staff at that time. Since then, we have cut the staff tremendously for the call center. Now, much of that was because of the federal funding we got covered that staffing during COVID. But now that those COVID funds are gone, and we got hit with another cut in funding from the federal government. So she can cite you, I'm sure she can cite you the number of positions and give you the historical data that have created the problem. I think the call center in many ways is a big improvement, but it also, coincided with the closing of a lot of the American Job Centers. I think they're phasing back in, to my understanding, but she can give you all that data. I'm sure she's happy to do so. And obviously, this is going to go to appropriations, so there'll be a lot more discussion about it. Seeing no other hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 7, Senate Bill 354, an act concerning staffing in the Unemployment Insurance Division in the Labor Department. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 3449. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No?
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall is yes.
Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes is yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, Senate Bill number 438, an act regulating self-checkout stations in grocery stores. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a JF to the floor, so the language is the same that we heard in public hearing. And this requires certain staffing levels dependent on the number of self-checkout lanes that there are. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we heard testimony for and against in person. I went back through the written testimony, and he had 16 people in opposition, from different business industry, and even some consumers weighed in. There were some private individuals, and 8 in support, which were, I might note, all union representatives supporting this. So 2 to 1 against. And I would like to go, quite frankly, I in a day and age where we're talking about affordability, and I'll make my case as we get along here, this bill is going to make it nothing more important. Nothing is going to come of this other than, well, many things may come of this, but one of the byproducts is going to be more expensive groceries for you and all my colleagues around this table and anybody out there listening and my constituents if a bill like this were to pass. Might further mention that nowhere else in the country has this legislation, so we're right up there with Massachusetts and Rhode Island in proposing this, but nobody's put it to the test. I'd rather not be the guinea pig, seeing how bad policy. Let's let somebody else learn before we enact it. Long Beach, California, also has something proposed, but nobody's enacted this legislation across the country. Let's certainly not be first. Madam Chair, I spent quite a bit of time on the warehouse bill, where in that bill, when we had a description of a business, type of business, that bill was extremely specific on the types of NAICS codes, industry codes, very specific. This one has no NAICS codes. It just talks about a description, just different descriptions in lines 4 through 9 as to what groceries include. Any idea why we didn't include the NAICS codes to be more specific?
We don't always include those codes, and as we have discovered, or at least I discovered throughout these public hearings and these drafting of these bills, those are entirely voluntary. I think grocery store and groceries are pretty understandable terms that are pretty well defined. But if we need clarity in that, I think that we could certainly add that.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to figure out we were, again, back up a few weeks when we debated the warehouse bill. It was very specific as to what constitutes a warehouse center and a warehouse club. All different businesses. It was extremely specific, regardless of the fact that those NAICS codes are voluntary. It captured a lot of businesses that might be considered a warehouse. In here, groceries include any raw or processed food or beverage intended for human consumption, and which also when sold by a retailer that also sells food and beverages. So, that could be, or I guess, could that be a convenience store, Madam Chair?
Yes, it could.
Okay. And it also includes, again, raw processed food or beverage intended for human consumption when sold by a retailer that also sells food and beverages, or prescription and over-the-counter drugs. So could that be a pharmacy, Madam Chair?
Yes, it could.
Okay. And then also the Section A in conjunction with personal care and hygiene items. So I think that would, if you're talking about toothpaste or, that's what I'll just call personal care or hygiene items. I think that would also fall under a pharmacy. And household items, household maintenance items. So, Madam Chair, could a business like Tractor Supply, who, I shop there for my little farm, and at the front they've got candy bars and nuts and things to take on the go, and they also sell sodas and that sort of thing at the front of the counter. Could that be considered, could Tractor Supply be captured in this legislation?
Yes, it could.
Okay. And if I go shopping at Home Depot, where I'm going to get something for my house, a household maintenance item like a gas-powered leaf blower or a battery-powered leaf blower, if I'm going to buy a rake or something for my bathroom, and I stop at the front, and they've also got candy bars and drinks and things for contractors on the go. Could Home Depot or some sort of a home maintenance store, would that be captured under this legislation?
Representative Weir, I think if that is a concern of yours, those last two categories are really the gray area, but if that's a concern, I'm sure we can tighten up the language.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, as I don't think I am being true to my principles in stating this, that when we are not specific, I have concerns whether the bill's specific or it's gray. I have always more concerns when it's gray, because we pass something out of this committee, inevitably it goes to the House or the Senate floor, we pass it out of there, and then we're back saying, geez, we missed something, or we left some people behind, or some group, or we didn't intend this. That's a byproduct of the way that this building functions, and that doesn't work for me in my real world job. That doesn't work for my constituents when they're trying to manage through the legislation that comes out of this building. So I made a quick list last night, and I'm, because we don't have the NAICS codes, and those were very specifically, they were explicit in the warehouse bill. This could involve Walmart, Target again. We're talking about, I mean, Amazon does not have a, well, I guess Amazon does sell groceries through, this could be a Whole Foods, which is owned by Amazon or is a subsidiary of. This could be in my district. We've got Ted's Grocery Store. I've got Big Y. They'd be included. Highland Park Market, which is just outside my district, but very convenient on the way home. CVS, Walgreens, any gas station that I drive by to fuel up my truck, Tractor Supply, and on and on. I guess it could be the local hardware store if they've got a self-checkout lane. Now, a lot of these places are on the smaller side, but this requires a 2-to-1. So I just want to point out that, initially when grocery stores that got the headline, it says grocery stores, but when in the title, but when we define groceries, it picks up all these other items. Now I noticed that groceries do not include alcoholic beverages and cannabis products. Madam Chair, why would we be acceptable? Why is it okay for somebody to go buy alcohol or marijuana products? Why is it okay to have a self-checkout there? Why is it not included in this bill?
I don't believe we have a lot of self-checkouts in those establishments because there are some legal requirements to make sure that we're selling certain age, and I don't think that it exists, but I think primarily just to be clear, as you said, and I have no problem with addressing the lack of clarity. I think we can find agreement on what constitutes a grocery store. I don't think it will be that difficult if that's what's necessary to win your vote. Thank you.
Well, we're only on lines 1 through 9, so I'll bring some of my other concerns in the rest of the bill. In lines 10 through 13, it defines what a manual checkout station is, and that's where you go through the checkout line and there's somebody scanning the items for you, running them down the conveyor belt. Perhaps if they're really feeling like giving extra service, they're bagging the groceries for me, for the customer taking payment. So this is not the self-checkout kiosk. It says where there is the employee is scanning and bagging items. Can the employee scan only in a manual checkout station? And it just says scanning and bagging. Are they required to scan and bag on lines 11 and 12?
I think in most instances, if a person doesn't want to bag their own and they have somebody standing there, they do require employees to do the bagging. That's been my experience, so I think that's the most common.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't requiring them to bag, and if they're just, does it meet the definition? again, I want this to be clear when it's coming out of here.
I think it will be clear that there's nothing else in this proposed bill that would require a person in the manual checkout to bag. I don't think that's anywhere in this bill. If there is, I would stand corrected, but I don't think there's going to be any enforcement of a person who is scanning the groceries and doesn't want to bag them. They might have a problem with their employer, but I don't think there's anything in the statute that would be a problem.
Okay, thank you for that. And I imagine if there was a difference of opinion between the employee and the employer, they could work it out amongst themselves. That wouldn't need to be legislated. But I was hung up on the word "and" between scanning and bagging, because and or I just want to make sure that we weren't requiring that person at the checkout line to also bag the items, that we weren't getting in there. Self-checkout station means the automated checkout, so that's where if there's a line at the manual checkout where the person is scanning and bagging, I may choose to go over to the self-checkout, run my things through there. If I'm purchasing regular groceries, in and out, a lot of times there are no lines there. So I understand what that is. But here's where we get into the areas of the mandates on a grocery store. And I touched on this earlier, kind of in my opening statement, if you will, that all we've been talking about for the past several months, and it's really nationwide, quite frankly, about affordability. And when we put mandates on how a business shall operate, which with the word "shall," it's a mandate on how they have to operate, and it may give them less, certainly has the potential to make them less efficient, and when they're less efficient, that means they're generally have the potential to add costs, and those costs get passed on to the consumer. So the way I look at this bill is it's an opportunity for this legislature. We're putting forth something, forget the opportunity, we're putting forth something that's going to have a trickle-down effect that's going to make groceries more expensive. And I'll get into how that's going to happen. But it says that a grocery store that offers a self-checkout shall provide not fewer than one manual checkout station for every 2 self-checkout stations offered at a location. Madam Chair, to your knowledge, I didn't see it in any testimony, did anybody present, or was any research done into what is the cost of a manual checkout station?
I did not see anything presented on the cost of that. There was testimony about theft and the cost of theft, but not on the cost of the manual versus the self-checkout.
Okay. And was there, so there was no testimony, or we didn't do any research or hear from anybody related to the cost of a self-checkout versus a manual checkout station? I think that's why, I'm pretty sure you just said that, but I wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lines 20 to 21 says that in addition to one manual checkout for every 2 checkout stations, you have to have no less than 1 employee for every 2 self-checkout stations. So if I go to my local grocery store, and I'm thinking of one in particular, they have 10 or 12. It's not a huge grocery store. They've got 10 or 12 self-checkouts, and there's one person, generally one. If I'm there, midday on a Thursday, there's one. If I'm there on an afternoon on a Saturday, there's one person, and that person's there to, if the item I buy doesn't scan properly, he or she will come over and help. If I happen to buy an adult beverage, they come over and check my ID. I'm always flattered when they come over and check to make sure I'm over the age of 21. And so now this bill would require, if they've got 12 of those stations, this would require that they have, if I read that, 6. So is that right? So if they have 12 checkout stations, they would have to have 6 employees, half of the checkout stations, Madam Chair?
Well, it would be right except for except for lines 25.
True, true. Okay, so now we'll have to, so if they have 12 now, they're gonna have to cut down to 8. So in that language on 25, if that current store has 12 and we're requiring them to drop down to 8, do they have to remove 4 of those or just make them inoperable? Because it says they shall offer, no grocery store shall offer more than 8 self-checkout stations. So are we requiring them to remove 4?
I don't see anything in the language that it requires them to remove them.
Okay, so but offer them, so they would have to put something to disable them or shut them off or barricade them somehow. So given that math, if they have 8 by law, as this proposes, maximum, that would mean that they have to have 4 employees to be available to assist with the 8 checkout stations. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Jumping down to subsection E, 27 through 29, it says that an employee or customer who believes a grocery store has violated the provisions of this section may file a complaint with the Labor Commissioner alleging such violation. So I know that I'm serving on this committee. I'm used to seeing that employees who believes, we've not given a different burden of proof. They just have to believe that a grocery store has violated the provision of the section, and then they can make a complaint to the Labor Commissioner. Why did we add a customer? Why are we having a customer contact the Labor Commissioner? I don't know. Do you know why that language was added?
I believe because customers often are the ones that are in these self-checkouts.
Okay, so thank you. But wouldn't that be a consumer protection type issue? Would we not have I have never seen, and again, I haven't been serving here. I've been serving here 4 years. I've never seen a piece of legislation that encourages a customer to contact the Labor Commissioner. I have seen where they'd be in touch with consumer protection if there was an issue. Any idea why we haven't included, why we have the word customer in here?
I think the intention is to allow a customer to file a complaint, particularly because customers, I know I have been frustrated at times when there weren't enough staff to deal with self-checkout that wasn't working, which has happened to me before on more than one occasion. But if the issue here is including DCP, I'm sure we could redraft that.
Okay. Well, it's just, I'm not suggesting that we have to, but I'm curious why we didn't. And if that case, then does that, because I don't think, I haven't seen consumer protection type items come through here, would that mean a referral to a different committee if we did add DCP?
It could involve a referral. I'm not on our screening committee in the Senate, so I wouldn't want to say definitively whether or not it would require that referral.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I did see in the written testimony from the Department of Labor, the Labor Commissioner had, even though she didn't testify on the previous bill, she did testify on this bill and opposed 438, especially the parts on line 27 where the grocery store customer files a complaint and requires DOL to promptly investigate. She put promptly in quotations. Each claim, again, she referenced staffing, which I know we addressed in the previous bill, but if we're talking about having issues with the DOL staffing, and then now under this bill we're going to include more burden on the DOL system and employees, it just seems like counterintuitive. I'll leave it there. I'm not sure. That's her testimony.
Representative Weir, on that point, there are distinctly different divisions of DOL, and I do want to point out that we did increase the number of wage and hour violations. I believe it would be her investigators. I understand the opposition to that you've raised, that you've pointed out she raised with a customer making a complaint, but I do believe that could be addressed through, I mean, I think there's a willingness to talk through that in either DCP or general law or one of the other committees of cognizance that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that. And, you know, just because I know that I understand that we had, in the previous bill, we suggested hiring 25, but your math of the 19 million was 141 total employees.
140.
140, okay, 140 minus 25, so we would have to, you know, there's well, 140 cut, right? And if you add 25 back, now you still have a negative of 115. So if we're minus 115 prior to adding in you know, trying to backfill that federal funding, seems to me that, you know, this is going to, the point is that this is going to potentially put more pressure on that system by now having to have people just designed to monitor self-checkout stations and complaints coming from customers and employees. So I'm just making that point, that the commissioner had an issue. I'll leave the civil penalty out of this. In lines 45 through 49, Madam Chair, it says an employee or customer, well, really 46 through 49 says an employee or customer who believes a grocery store violated the provisions of this subsection may bring a civil action in the Superior Court to recover damages such as injunctive relief as the court deems appropriate. So if an employee had an issue, is that not capable today? Is an employee not capable of suing an employer via civil action if there was a violation of a labor law today?
I can't speak for all the labor laws. There are various ways for an employee to seek redress of a violation of a statute. I can't speak to all of them, but I know in many they can seek a decision from the Superior Court.
Okay, and I'm just pointing out that this, you know, this is 4 lines dedicated to this bill that says they may bring a civil action, and I'm not an attorney and I don't know the labor law, just as you mentioned, but I wonder why do they need this legislation to give them permission to do that? I'm wondering out loud if they, you know, maybe if we can get that answer, whether they can.
I think I have an answer for that. In statute, when we adopt bills in this committee, I've known over the years that we cite what would become a violation. Right now, obviously, it would not be a violation now because we haven't enacted this piece of legislation. But when we do so, we often describe how an employee would seek redress, would seek adjudication of a complaint. Sometimes it's through the Department of Labor, sometimes it's through civil actions, and sometimes it's both.
Thank you for that. So the answer, is they may be able to do it now, but this is explicitly stating under this. Currently, this is not a violation if this were to become a violation.
So they can't do it now because they can't go to court now because they wouldn't have any underlying statute to sue.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So again, I touched on the testimony. I think I've expressed my concerns with this bill, and again, nationwide, and it's every person in this building, I think, as I've heard them utter the word affordability within the past few months, more than I think I've ever heard that term. It's like that's going to be the buzzword of 2026, I think. And in that same vein, if that is really our mission, to make Connecticut more affordable to the taxpayers and the people living here, I make the argument that this bill does the exact opposite. That, for instance, when we raised the minimum wage and tied it to inflation, essentially, we saw the minimum wage almost double in a short period of time. And people felt that pressure. Obviously, people saw their wages go up in certain professions, and business is adjusted, and I mean, these kiosks existed in all sorts of stores long before Connecticut went to raise the minimum wage in 2019. I'm not sure, I would need to see proof that these are more prevalent than they were back then. I mean, technology is what it is. And businesses make adjustments. And so kiosks, they found, meet their business model. So if I think of the example of, this past winter, we've had days where the roads have been unsafe to drive, where where the grocery stores are open and some shoppers may venture out. But it's not a packed store. The store's packed the day before, a couple days before, buying eggs, milk, and bread. And everybody's home on the snow day making French toast. But in the case where the day of the storm, where you've got 3 to 6 inches of snow, roads may be passable, most people choose to stay home. The store adjusts by saying, you know what, we're going to have some of our employees stay home because of that. And this bill, if in its most literal sense, would say that if you've got 8 stations and 2 customers in the store, you have to have 4 employees just for those self-service stations, which makes absolutely no sense. I did hear the testimony about theft, and thankful that the people testifying in favor of this bill were so concerned about theft from a workplace that they would be willing to put forth this legislation. But that's not their job. That's not our job. It's the job of the store to determine what some stores may have security guards. Some stores may have, you go to some convenience stores, they've got a gate, and you pass your money through the window, the credit card, and they hand the items out through the window. That's how they're dealing with theft. So that's not our concern. We should not be meddling in that. That is the store. If the store had a certain number of theft occur, they'll adjust, and they've determined that meets their business model. And if they want to have more in-person people manually checking people out and bagging, that's their business model. That's great. And at the end of the day, it's the customer's choice, and the customer will vote with their feet. And if they're not getting the service they want at grocery store A, or in this case, Tractor Supply or Home Depot or CVS or Walgreens or anybody else that might be captured by this vague language, they'll vote with their feet and go elsewhere, or choose to shop online and have their vitamins or their groceries delivered to them. This doesn't even cover that. I mean, there's some people who don't even want to go to the grocery store because it's inconvenient. I can go to work, have my groceries ready for me when I get home, and this doesn't cover that at all. So thank you for indulging me. I'll be a no today.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I think Representative Weir covered a lot of this bill, but I have a few things I just want to add. The first thing I would start with is just expressing my outrage, frankly, over it, because I think it is just on its face, a complete anti-consumer proposal that will ultimately damage the state of Connecticut and the people that live here economically. And I don't know that there's anyone that could say otherwise based on what's before us. It's a policy that very clearly is based in arrogance, that this legislature, that this majority believes that they have the right to tell a private business how to run their operation, how they must operate in the state of Connecticut. And this policy is clearly designed to choose certain participants in that industry and favor them over others. The exact opposite of what I think our ideal as Americans is. And it's so frustrating to just watch and see stuff like this. I mean, whose business is it that you're talking about? It doesn't belong to this labor committee. It doesn't belong to the Democrat Party of Connecticut. It belongs to the people that are out there who risked their capital and invested in a business operation. And they're operating in good faith with their consumers and with their employees to be successful. And in America, we have a free market capitalist society. And what succeeds and what fails is all based on who runs the best operation. There's multiple different grocery stores out there in existence competing against one another, competing for employees, competing for consumers, trying to make decisions about how they should run their business, how they should advertise, what products they should sell. All of that goes into determining whether or not they're going to be successful. And they're at risk every day. They're at risk every day of someone being able to undercut them or offer a better product or do it more effectively. And that's why we benefit as Americans from that constant competition, driving innovation and creation so that there's always someone trying to do it better. And it seems like policies like this, they stop innovation, like in its tracks. No, you can't figure out a better way to do it anymore because guess what? The Connecticut Labor Committee seems to think that they know better than everyone out there. I don't know anybody on this committee that runs a grocery store, has ever had to compete with other grocery stores to make sure that they can operate effectively and serve their communities and their consumers in a way people want to shop there. It's unbelievable arrogance, frankly. It is shocking to me the level at which people that are elected by their neighbors suddenly come to the state capitol and think they have the right to tell them how to live, tell them how to work, tell them what their businesses should look like. I don't think we have the right to do any of that stuff. Our constitutional framework is designed for the express purpose of protecting people's rights first. That's what we should be doing. And that includes everybody's rights. Sure, we protect the employees. And we've got countless laws on the books since the age-old days of children working in coal mines. We've come a long way from then, Madam Chairman, and we don't allow that anymore. And we put a lot of protections in place to make sure that employees are not abused or misused. But ultimately, at the end of the day, outside of child labor, I would say that virtually every situation is a voluntary one. The employer and the employees out there negotiate the terms of their work, and if they both agree to it, then what is it our business? Why do we have to get involved? The majority seems to want to get involved because they can. And because if they are clever about the policies that they conceive of, and they determine which participants in every industry are beneficial to them from an electoral standpoint, they can write policy to create favor. It's no way to operate a government. I can tell you that. Our first responsibility should be fairness and equal protection. A basic premise of American jurisprudence is equal protection, that we don't side with different participants in the world when we make policy. And this bill is an obvious case where the majority has sat down and considered grocery store operators, employees of grocery stores, consumers, everyone in the supply chain, the people that make safe checkout stations, you name it, basically everyone in the world. They've sat down and put everyone into a box, as they're so apt to do, and decided that they're going to focus on protecting one little box, and that is the union labor that works in grocery stores. And we're going to put them above everybody else. Everyone else, the grocery store, consumers, everyone else connected with this operation, they can take a back seat because this state legislature is going to decide that they're going to put one box above all other boxes. And why? What's the legitimacy to that? I'm asking these questions rhetorically, but I'm hopeful that the chairman will at some point answer them. Why do we put that box above all others? Why do consumers have to take a back seat? Why do they get a special deal? Why do they get different treatment? Consider the other bills on this agenda today as well as I'm asking these questions. Why is the majority picking out certain people in our society and saying they should have more rights? They should have more benefits. They should get better treatment in our laws than other people. Because that's what this really is about. This is about freedom in the sense that these operations should be able to operate freely. They should be able to make their own decisions as long as they're not harming anyone. And in fact, the technology that is up for debate in this bill is actually benefiting consumers. They don't care. Forget those consumers. They're not in the box we're trying to help. I actually heard on the radio driving in this morning one of my Democratic colleagues on the radio, and she said something which I thought was really telling, which is she referred to herself as among the representatives of the government. And boy, like my ears like popped up when I heard that. And the reason why is like, as long as I've been elected, I have never thought of myself as a representative of the government. I am a representative of the people that voted for me. But maybe that explains a lot of this, that the people that are pushing this type of legislation, they think they're representatives of the government. You're not. The government didn't put you here. Your neighbors did. And those neighbors have to shop in these grocery stores. They have to pay for the products that are there. And we all know that people are struggling today, particularly people on fixed incomes. We've all got seniors in our neighborhoods contacting us, making terribly difficult decisions about paying for their medication or their ridiculous electric bill with hidden taxes on it. So now you want to make their groceries cost more. And why? Because you want to help people in a box? You want to help one certain segment of the population at the expense of everyone else. Not to mention the fact that aside from being completely anti-consumer, I don't think this actually is beneficial to the union employees that are involved either. Because like so many other things that this committee does, it flies in the face of the right to collectively bargain. If you have a legislature, a labor committee, that is determined at every turn, on every bill, one after another, on every agenda, to go ahead and take away your collective bargaining rights because they're just giving you the things that you would have been able to bargain for, then what is the point? You're not negotiating anything anymore. You don't have to. This is a thing that should be negotiated. And honestly, if I'm a grocery store owner, I'm like, no, I'm not negotiating this. Thank you. But that's what this is about. This is about inserting the power and the force of government. I won't take you down the path of understanding the force and power of government, but it's absolute, effectively. It can put you in jail at some point if you don't cooperate. So the force of government is being inserted here to put leverage in a negotiation that should exist freely in the world. To tell one side of that negotiation that they have no choice. We have determined your fate, your outcome. Why? Because we want to curry favor with the people in the other group. It's really absurd. It's not the way for the legislature to operate. This is not a collective bargaining committee. This is a committee that is supposed to make labor policy that is beneficial to all of the people of Connecticut. This is not the labor committee that's supposed to make policy beneficial to labor. We represent lots of people, not just labor. We represent consumers. We represent grocery stores. We represent senior citizens having trouble buying their medication. That's all out the window when I look at each one of our labor committee agendas. And this bill is at the top of the list because it's so blatantly anti-consumer, it shocks the senses. I've been telling people that I run into about this bill, and they just can't believe it. They're like, what? You mean they're going to tell grocery stores that they have to have less self-checkout lines? Why would they do that? And then I explained it to them. I'm like, well, obviously this is to make sure that they have to hire more people. And then their first question every time is, well, won't that make groceries cost more? Yes, it will make groceries cost more. In fact, almost everything on this agenda is going to make groceries cost more. And probably everything else too. I thought it was very telling listening to Representative Weir question the chairman about the definition of groceries, about what is included in this. Because it's not merely groceries, it's not raw or processed food or beverage intended for human consumption. It gets down to things including personal care and hygiene items, roping in pharmacies, and then household maintenance items, which presumably includes lawnmowers. So it's not grocery stores, it's a lot more than that. And we all know how this building operates, which is they pass this bill this year, and then next year, guess what? They'll be regulating every business to how they sell their products, whether or not they can use some sort of other means. I noticed the definition of manual checkout station says it's a checkout station in which there is an employee to provide assistance to customers. And I bring that up because I just want to ask some specifics about these next several sentences that set up all of the parameters and ratios, completely arbitrary ratios, by the way, made up out of thin air. The self-checkout station means a checkout station that operates without employee assistance. I don't know that there is such a thing, actually. I think that every place I've ever been that has a self-checkout actually has an employee standing there. They might be watching, 4 or 6 or 8 checkout stations, but there is an employee there that is making sure that people are actually going through the process and is there to come over and provide assistance, with the payment or whatever is necessary. This says any grocery store that offers a self-checkout station shall provide not fewer than 1 manual checkout station for every 2 self-checkout stations. Madam Chairman, where did you come up with the ratio for that?
That was the ratio we thought would be appropriate
Can I just ask based on what?
based on our observations in such situations,
What were those observations, Madam Chairman?
that it would be better to have 1 employee for every 2 self-checkout stations.
Better for who?
Better for the consumer,
Why?
because when your machine didn't work, which happens very frequently, you would have someone there to attend to you. You wouldn't have to wait till they attended to 8 other people before you.
Are you suggesting that this bill has to do with non-working self-checkout stations, and that's the reason why this is here?
It's only one reason.
Well, what are the other reasons, Madam Chairman?
We heard a lot of testimony about theft, and I know Representative Weir talked about how that theft is really only the problem of the employer, but it's also the problem of all of us as taxpayers. We rely on sales tax for a big part of our budget, and when there's theft, we also don't get the sales tax that we would have received on those items.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. You do realize that the reason why there's so many self-checkout stations in grocery stores across our state is because you have made it so much more difficult for employers to pay for employees as a result of the level of regulation, the constant increase in the minimum wage, and so forth, that they cannot justify charging their consumers any more for their products, so they have to find alternative routes, and that means automation.
Automation has happened for centuries, or at least a century, if not more, and I don't think there's anything that's going to stop automation. So I don't know that I'm not going to confirm your comment, but I understand your rhetoric, and it's fine. You can have that rhetoric.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate you considering what I'm saying is rhetoric, but the fact of the matter is I have reasons for the things I do. I can stand here and say exactly why I'm opposed to this bill. I can tell you based on principle, based on reason, based on logic, based on the consequences that are going to happen economically. And I don't get that from the majority. You observed and decided, but you have no evidence. Is there data to say that this is better through you?
I did not see any evidence that this is better in terms of data. I know there was testimony, but I don't recall any data that was presented that said this was better, aside from what I mentioned, which was with regard to the theft.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, no, I don't appreciate theft either, but that's another problem addressed in other ways. You know, I think part of the problem there is that you've hamstrung employers, the law enforcement in the state of Connecticut in ways that make it very difficult for them to actually apprehend shoplifters and prosecute them, if they're even prosecuted at all. Do people actually get fined or punished for shoplifting in Connecticut? I don't even know. Tend to doubt it based on the way I see people operate. Those are problems also created by this majority because they don't have the will or the desire to actually punish criminals or set standards in our society. They're constantly reducing those standards, reducing penalties for crime. To try and use that as an excuse for this bill is so absurd, it shocks the senses. This bill's about one thing. This bill is about one thing, that is punishing grocery stores for using self-checkout lanes. That's what this bill is about. And why is that a motive of the Labor Committee? Because they want to show that they are behind their union friends that work in these operations. That's what this is about. And I have nothing against those people. I want them treated as fairly as anyone else, but I want everybody treated fairly. The majority doesn't. They don't care about fairness at all. This bill is nothing about fairness. It's about them using their power, which is, again, absolute, to interfere in a private business transaction to tell people how to live, even if it means harming everyone in our whole society, as long as they get what they want, which is to provide a benefit to people that will repay that favor through electoral help. It says on lines 22 through 24, again, before I get there, let me just say, I mean, the whole series of paragraph and sentences about ratios here are all completely arbitrary. I mean, you know, where does the number 8 come from with the proper number of self-checkout lanes? I mean, it's like an absurdity. I mean, like you have grocery stores that are 500 square feet and then 50,000 square feet. I mean, should they be treated the same? Should they all have the same limit? I mean, it's absurd. Who comes up with this stuff? These are arbitrary numbers. They could have easily said 9 or 7. There'll be no justification of that number. That is just the power of arrogance in government. That people think that they can just set the rules for everyone and decide whatever they think is best based on their observations. I'm very pleased that you indicated to Representative Weir that the grocery stores, again in quotes, will be able to maintain their self-checkout lanes that they've invested in and paid for, even if they cannot use them. So it says in lines 22 through 24, again, no employee assigned to monitor self-checkout stations shall be assigned any other duties. I just think that's a very interesting sentence to put in there. I mean, doesn't that sound like something that would be in a collective bargaining contract? It's like, well, if you're going to have someone that performs this job, we're going to make sure that you are only paying from this job. So they're not allowed to do anything else. So if somebody spills something or drops something on the floor, does that mean that they're not allowed to pick it up, Madam Chairman?
It would do exactly what is said there, that they would be required to stay in that in that area where there are the self-checkout stations and pay attention to the needs of the customers in that area.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, but the bill doesn't say any of that. Those words are not in the bill. It says no employee assigned to monitor self-checkout stations shall be assigned any other duties while monitoring such stations.
You gave me a hypothetical, and I answered, I think, appropriately. So while it doesn't say that, you asked, does that mean they couldn't go out and mop the floor? And I answered they would have to stay there based on this language. I think that's an appropriate answer.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. I wasn't trying to be difficult, and it is your committee. You're allowed to grab the microphone from me anytime you like, I guess.
I don't do it very often, but I thought that was a little over the top.
Okay. When you're
I said I thought that was a little over the top, and I very, very rarely interrupt you. I don't know that I've really done that more than maybe a couple of times in the last 6 years. So go right ahead, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm just trying to be explicit about this language in lines 22 through lines 24, which is written much like a negotiating contract in a collective bargaining agreement, which basically is protecting this employee that they are limited in their responsibilities. But I think it's just so funny to say that they cannot be assigned any other duties. And I would ask myself, what other duties might they have? And that might be actually, cleaning up a mess or picking something up or determining how many self-checkout lanes should be open. I don't know if that would fall into the any other duties category. I mean, it's just clearly written in a way that expresses just how far the majority is willing to go to negotiate on behalf of one certain segment of this industry. What about online purchases, Madam Chairman? What about situations where you might purchase your groceries online and then you pick them up in the store? Is that affected by this? Does that count as a self-checkout? How is that handled through you?
I don't see any reference to that in this legislation, so in this proposed bill, I don't think that would be impacted by this bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So people could effectively self-checkout as long as they are not doing it inside the building? Is that what you're saying?
I think the definition is provided on line 14 of what a self-checkout station means, and it is specific to an automated checkout station in which a customer can scan, bag, and pay for such customers' items purchased without employee assistance, which I understand that question had been raised earlier. I do want to say that I think there are ways we could improve and tighten up this bill, and that often happens after a bill is voted out of committee. We often say it's a work in progress. I'm perfectly content to say I have heard the comments that have been made and the questions that have been asked, and I consider this a bill that we could make better through further discussion, but I'm not confident we could get to the point where either the ranking member would support the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just point out, since you brought it up, that the committee process is the point at which we're supposed to make those changes. That's where it's supposed to happen. At least that's the view of the people on the street who elected us. They believe that every bill should get a public hearing, that it should be properly noticed, that people should have a chance to speak on it, that there shouldn't be limited debate on the subject, and that before we start advancing policies and actually voting in favor of things, they should be finalized. They shouldn't be works in progress. I don't like voting on things that people in the majority have promised me are going to be changed in some way that will make them better. Make it better if you're going to. We can do it right here. That's why we have an amendment process. We have the ability to change this bill today to make it into whatever we like. I'm quite certain if I start offering amendments, they're very unlikely to pass. Ask me how I know. I really want to nail down this online purchase thing because I'm reading the lines in this self-checkout station where it says an automated checkout station in which a customer can scan. I mean, I don't know if it requires that they actually scan, bag, and pay for those items, because if you make a purchase online, and you can make a purchase online from your computer at home and have the items delivered to you, or you could go. I know that Walmart, you can actually purchase your items and then you can drive there and then you can sit in a parking spot with a number on it and they will come and bring that stuff right out to you. To me, that's a self-checkout station. So that kind of concerns me that might get roped in here. Is there any requirement that the self-checkout is happening on site, Madam Chairman? And if you were, as you said, willing to review that question and maybe clarify it, what would your intent be? To not include automated pickup purchases or to include them through you?
Not to include them. I don't believe this proposed legislation would include items that were purchased online.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. My full expectation is that when this policy passes, the industry will adapt because that's what they do every time. When labor costs were forced to rise exponentially based on regulatory requirements, increasing unemployment compensation insurance requirements on employers, the rising minimum wage, the requirement to provide certain benefits, which continues to expand. As all those things happen, businesses adapt, they change, they operate. And what we've seen is they're moving to automation in some cases. As AI becomes more prevalent in our society, it's certainly going to become more prevalent in business and industry. And as a result, I think you're going to find more ways for industry to automate. And the businesses that are out there, they're competing for customers based on quality and cost. That's what they have to offer consumers, whether they're offering goods or services. Quality and cost, that's what consumers care about. And sadly, I think consumers care much more about cost than quality, but that's because they're forced to in a society where many people are struggling. They're struggling to be able to afford things. They have to look at cost. I'm watching the side effects of people struggling every day in this building. I'm watching policies in other committees that are reducing the quality of services in healthcare, for example. We're making it so that people that are less qualified can perform the same services that people that used to be more qualified. Why is all that happening? That's all happening because the majority is trying to fix their mistakes. They're trying to figure out a way to be able to justify their changes in requirements. And this is just another squeezing of the balloon I'm always talking about in this committee, that when you squeeze a balloon in one place, it's going to expand somewhere else. So I think what's going to happen is you're going to see this industry adapt to this. They're probably going to find ways to encourage more customers to do different types of automated checkout, to pick up at the curb, etc. I think it's going to become much more prevalent as a result. And at the end of the day, I think that what happens is that the folks that the proponents of this bill are obviously trying to help, as I described, the people in the box. I think they're the ones that ultimately lose. And I think they lose for a couple of reasons. I think they lose their ability to negotiate as part of this bill. I also think they lose the willingness of their business partners to want to negotiate with them. At some point, as a business owner, you're going to get very frustrated with all of this. Because no matter how hard you try to treat your employees well, you see the government constantly using its force as a mechanism to make it much more difficult for you to operate. So you'll be looking for ways to avoid that conflict. You'll also be looking for ways to avoid the next thing that is going to happen. Because around here, there's always a next thing. Every time there's a regulation or some sort of impediment passed, there's always another one to follow it. Every time a bill is passed that affects businesses with 500 or more employees, the next year it's 50 or more employees. And then guess what? It's every business is impacted. I guess I've said everything that I need to say about this. The other parts of the bill about involving the Department of Labor and creating a cause of action and all of this stuff is just more evidence to suggest that this bill is not about good policy. It is not about fairness. It is about the arrogance of the majority, thinking that they can tell this entire industry how to operate regardless of the needs of everyone in the world except for the people that they have chosen to benefit with this policy. I hope that the people of Connecticut are paying attention. They're fully aware of what this legislature is doing and why. And as more people start to pay attention, I think that we have the potential for big changes down the road. And I, for one, cannot wait. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 8, Senate Bill 438, an act regulating self-checkout stations in grocery stores. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall is yes.
Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gothier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will be holding votes opened, as I mentioned at the outset of us taking roll call votes. We are going to take a 10-minute break now, and we'll reconvene at 11 a.m. Okay, we are back on the record, and we're on item number 9, striking, it's SB number 440, an act concerning unemployment for striking workers. This is a straight JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We've had this bill before. I believe that the committee's familiar with it, so I will dispense with the summary and go right to the discussion. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This is indeed a concept that this committee and this legislature has seen in recent years, and that is back to us again. I might open with a question just to ask if this proposed bill is different from the legislation that was passed out of the legislature last year that was ultimately vetoed by the governor, or is it the same exact proposal through you?
It is the same.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I will just respect that answer, but clarify that when we did this last time, there was the bill, I think, contained other language about warehouse workers, et cetera. And ultimately, this part of the bill, of that bill, is the same as this bill, as what I'm gathering you're explaining to me. I guess I have some questions, but I'm going to start out of the gate by just making a few brief statements about this legislation. And I think that this proposal strikes a nerve in a lot of people around the state because it is transparent in its desire to pick a side. This is something that I spoke about earlier on a previous bill, but it continues the trend, which is that this bill very, very clearly directly interferes with the relationship between employers and employees, and does so in a manner that makes it very clear that this legislature feels it has the right to pick a winner and a loser in certain circumstances. I don't agree with that. I believe that freedom should be our guide as a legislature, as lawmakers, as representatives of our constituents. And when the legislature uses the force of law to dictate to the people that it represents, it should remember that it has an obligation to represent those people equally. And I'll just simply say that in this case, it's quite clear that the majority either has forgotten that or they just really don't care. This bill is a thumb on the scale bill. I just put it that simple. It makes it very clear that in a dispute between employers and employees, the state will be taking the side of the employees. It also breaks the core logic of unemployment insurance, which is supposed to be for people that are unemployed, not of their own free will, either because they were dismissed from a job or because they cannot find work, and instead is going to actually provide that same level of protection, equal level of protection to people in those circumstances, to people that are voluntarily walking off the job, to people that are choosing not to participate in gainful employment. It dulls the economic cost of striking because the way our current system works, if you are a employee or group of employees and you choose to go on strike, you are taking a risk, a financial risk. How long will this negotiation take? At what point will we get to an agreement? What am I going to do for income in the meantime? Whereas the employer is also faced with a risk that is, in my view, equal currently, that they're going to lose their employees that are actually producing products or services for that employer, which is generating the revenue for the business. That is an equal set of circumstances. And that's why labor negotiations should be something that the state of Connecticut stays out of. Because it's fair when the employer has something to risk and the employees have something to risk, and they have to come to the bargaining table realizing that they're on a level playing field. This bill eliminates that level playing field entirely and does it with absolute disregard and abandon in a way that circumvents any sense of fairness that any person on the street would actually believe is appropriate. It also raises the question of fairness for everyone else, because at the end of the day, everyone else has to pay the price for this bill. There's so many people involved in this transaction. We're all involved. It's not just employers and employees. It's also consumers. It's also the insurance industry as a whole. It's other employers that have to pay into the unemployment insurance fund. It is taxpayers who ultimately pick up the slack in everything that happens when our state government screws up. So we're all affected. We're all impacted. And much like other bills on this agenda, the majority, the Labor Committee, is going to vote today whether or not we're going to choose one small portion of the population and put them ahead of everyone else's concerns unfairly and for political purposes. This bill turns unemployment insurance compensation into a strategic weapon. Ultimately, that's what it is. Because with the passage of this legislation, employees that go on strike will now have less to be worried about, since they will have a mechanism to earn money, so they can prolong a strike and put the employer in a even more difficult position to force them to be more willing to bargain in favor of the employees. That is the very purpose of this legislation. It punishes job creators twice. First, they lose the labor and productivity of their employees, and then they will now be faced with more unemployment costs associated with the dispute. It sends yet another anti-business signal to anyone that is considering starting a business, relocating a business, continuing a business in the state of Connecticut. It is a message to them that you are at risk. If you come here, the majority party in the Connecticut legislature treats you as hostile. And they are very likely to pass legislation that will make your ability to succeed much more difficult. I don't believe the bill distinguishes between voluntary participation in a strike or involuntary participation in a strike. Because when you are part of a labor union and there is a vote to have a strike, even if you're someone who does not want to participate, you are often caught up in that situation. The bill is also remarkably vague. Although maybe that's not the right word. In fact, I'm going to take that back, because I think it's very clear to me what's going on here is that this bill is far more than about striking workers. The change in the statute appears on line 9, where it basically says, for a labor dispute that begins on or after a date certain in December of 2027, such labor dispute has been continuous for 14 days, and the commencement of the labor dispute is ongoing. That's when this bill kicks in. What's really interesting to me is it doesn't say when there is a union strike. It doesn't say when employees fail to reach an agreement with their employer. It doesn't say any of that. What it says is labor dispute. So, Madam Chairman, it's not defined in the bill proposal before us, but I imagine that there is a statute somewhere that defines what a labor dispute is? So could you tell me what that answer is? And I will give you in advance why I'm asking. And that is simply because I need to ascertain whether this proposal that provides this benefit of unemployment compensation after 2 weeks is applying to more than just workers on strike. Through you, Madam Chairman.
We're going to take a brief pause while we print out that statute. we'll be in recess until further notice. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. And you were asking a question, Senator Sampson, you asked me a question about a definition of labor dispute. And there is a definition in the statutes, and I can read it to you. It's in the Regulations of Connecticut State Agency, Section 31-235-1, definitions. And the definition is under subsection G, labor dispute means any controversy concerning terms or conditions of employment or concerning association or representation of persons in negotiations, fixing, maintaining, changing, or seeking to arrange terms of conditions of employment or concerning employment relations or any other controversy rising of respective interests of employer and employee. I would add that there was a line of questioning about this last year in the discussion of this bill, and it does apply to one or more employees. However, if a person were to walk off the job claiming a labor dispute, they would have to go to UI and ask that they get unemployment. There would be a case-by-case determination. CTDOL would determine if the claim is relevant to a labor dispute. They would then adjudicate the claim. They, in most cases, would be looking at whether or not it was a quit or a constructive discharge, and if the aggrieved employee person, the employer or the claimant, has the right to appeal. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the response and the editorializing that goes with it. And I can certainly understand the desire to minimize the massive expansion in policy that is happening here, because that definition of a labor dispute is about as broad as you could drive a planet through it. That's how wide that chasm is. It basically says any controversy, and then it says later on, it says I'm sorry, it says that several times. That's why I find it interesting. Any controversy concerning terms or conditions of employment, any controversy, or representation of persons in negotiating, fixing, maintaining, changing, or seeking to arrange terms or conditions of employment, or concerning employment relations, or any controversy arising out of the respective interests of employer and employee, regardless of whether or not the disputants stand in the proximate relationship of employer and employee. I mean, it is, a labor dispute is defined as any disagreement. And I appreciate the chairman's desire to scale that back to a dispute that would have to be settled by the labor commissioner via some sort of hearing or something, but I don't think that's the case. I think that this bill negates the need for any future unemployment hearing, period. Because labor dispute, by this definition, anything is a labor dispute. Not having the right flavor of coffee in the break room, labor dispute. In the example the chairman used, which is that someone walks off the job. Well, maybe that is a quit today versus a, I don't know what the term was, a constructive separation of employment. Controversy. Yeah, that is a controversy right there. The employer's like, where are you going, man? And the employee is like, I'm out of here. Guess what? Labor dispute. And this bill says, if there's a labor dispute, guess what? You get to have unemployment after 14 days. So this bill is not even about simply workers going on strike. As was just pointed out, it applies to one or more persons. So one person who works maybe for a small business, they could just walk off the job someday and they're going to be entitled to unemployment. And the justification is no longer about whether they quit or there was a good reason. The reason is just there's a labor dispute. This reminds me of some other legislation in this building. I won't elaborate too much, but we redefined the rules for voting recently. It used to be sickness if you were sick, and then it was like, well, if you knew someone was sick, and then it's because sickness is a word, you know? It's so funny, just the play on words here. I don't know if this is a purposeful act, you know, using this very broad definition of labor dispute. I suspect it's not. I suspect this bill was designed to really focus on striking workers. But in their zeal and arrogance, the majority has written it in a way to make it as broad to favor employees versus employers as possible. And this is what they've created. So there's another bill on this agenda that says we need 25 more employees over at the Department of Labor. Well, I mean, I don't think so. Not if you're going to just kind of eliminate the need for any more hearings to dispute whether or not unemployment claims are valid. Because essentially this bill makes every unemployment claim valid. Because the moment the dispute exists, it's not about who is right in the dispute any longer. It is simply that there's a dispute. And once that dispute is determined, guess what? The benefit exists. But even conceding that that may be fixed at some point, and there will be some sort of substitute language drafted to acknowledge my concern, which I will point out I brought up ad nauseum on the floor of the Senate last year, and it was utterly and completely ignored when I brought it up the last time. The majority did not care one bit what I had to say. As far as they were concerned, I was just wasting my breath. They were going to pass whatever they wanted, and no one was going to notice the details. Looks like Governor Lamont noticed the details since he vetoed this bill the last time. And I don't know that anything's changed that might change his perspective on it. I certainly hope not. And I certainly hope he's paying attention to this meeting too, because I think he will realize that this is possibly the most absurd policy that is coming out of this labor committee this year. And I have to tell you, that is a high bar, because there is one absurd policy after another on this agenda, and generally speaking in this committee. But as I said, assuming that is somehow fine-tuned to not wrap in every single labor dispute between a single individual and their employer, I'd still like to understand why we are undermining the notion of unemployment insurance. How is a worker who voluntarily withholds labor from their employer unemployed through no fault of his or her own, which is one of the key requirements for eligible for unemployment? You have 3 requirements in our current unemployment system. To be eligible, you have to be not working through no fault of his or her own. You have to be able to work, and you have to be looking for work. Guess what? This bill enables you to collect unemployment, not if you are eligible on 2 of 3 counts or 1 of 3 counts, but you are eligible on 0 of 3 counts. You don't have to be able to work, you don't have to be looking for work, and you do not have to be not working through no fault of his or her own. So, Madam Chairman, can you please try and justify for me how we are going to take the unemployment system that we currently have that is designed for people that meet those qualifications and now make people that are withholding labor of their own free will, make them eligible through you?
We are going to set in statute the ability for a striking worker to obtain unemployment insurance, and we know that we can do this. It's been done in other states, and we're going to do it properly. I do want to comment just briefly. I just want to correct the record that I was not editorializing. I apologize for not being clear, but I was reading when I was citing what had been told to us by the Department of Labor, and I can read it very precisely so that this is from the Department of Labor. It's from the legal director, Heidi Lane, saying that if a person were to walk, it says, can anyone walk off the job claiming a labor dispute and get UI? And understanding now that a labor dispute it's prohibited to get UI for a labor dispute, we would be changing that. But the answer is this is a case-by-case determination. CTDOL would determine if the claim is relevant to a labor dispute, adjudicate the claim, and apply the law to determine if the claimant is eligible for UI benefits. All claimants and employers, the aggrieved party, have the right to appeal. Just to clarify, that's what I was referring to, not editorializing. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Madam Chairman. You did not answer the question that I asked, but since you brought it up, let's just walk the people listening through this, okay? Currently, in order to be eligible for unemployment, you would have to go and make a claim for unemployment where they would verify that you are unemployed through no fault of your own. They would require that you are able to work if employment became available for you, and you have to be actively looking for work. Those are the three things that are required. If this legislation that is before us passes, that will change, and it will include the definition of a labor dispute. I don't think anyone would argue with me the bill is so short, it's like a sentence and a half. That's all that's changing, is that now we're going to, along with what exists in current law, we're going to say, for a labor dispute, guess what? You are also eligible for unemployment. And we already described what a labor dispute is. Any controversy. I mean, and it says any controversy 7 different ways in the statute to make it utterly clear that it's anything at all. And I would say that someone walking off the job, they're creating a dispute. Their employer is going to be angry that they're walking off the job. If they're walking off the job, chances are they're mad about something. It could be something completely relevant, or it could be something completely unreasonable and unfair and completely insane, as a matter of fact. And it would not matter. It would still qualify as a labor dispute under the statute. And I appreciate the legal department over at the DOL, and I don't dispute anything that was stated in what they provided to this committee. But the fact of the matter is, you don't need to go through a hearing to figure all that out when 2 + 2 = 4 every time. A labor dispute equals any controversy every time. Do we have a controversy? Well, yes. What's the controversy? Doesn't really matter. This is a massive, massive expansion of the availability of unemployment compensation, which, by the way, exists for good people who end up in a difficult situation. That's why it was created. It's a safety net. And it's a safety net that exists for people that actually work, who are looking for work, who end up in a bad situation. They lose their job, and they need a temporary means to help support themselves and their families. It's a very important program. It's not one that should be gutted or revamped or changed into some sort of massive mechanism to provide benefits for people that no longer qualify under those requirements. So I'll just go back, Madam Chairman. I will assume that based on the way this conversation has gone, that you don't really intend it to be as broadly written as it is. But make no mistake, it is written as broadly as it is. But assuming that there's going to be work done on this bill, work in progress, we're so used to that, and that's changed in the ultimate language, and it is then reduced to only people that have a legitimate strike, I want to understand the justification behind using this system. I mean, we already know that unionized labor collects dues from their members, and those dues go into a fund. Now, that fund is used for a lot of different things, probably not in the best wishes or interests of all of the union members sometimes. We had another bill this year where we discussed the lack of transparency and how the unions were spending the employees' money. And I'm certainly not casting aspersions on every labor union. My concern is about those employees every time, whether they're unionized or not, that they're the ones that are treated fairly. The thing is that in this particular case, we are taking what is intended for employees that are falling on hard times through no fault of their own, but are still ready, able, and willing to go to work. And we're going to turn that into a system to provide benefits to people that are walking off the job. I know what I was started to say, which is that the unions collect dues and they create a strike fund. on purpose. It's one of the reasons that they justify to their members, hey, by the way, you know, you got to pay dues if you're going to be part of our club. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, we're going to do all these things for you. We're going to negotiate on your behalf. We're going to protect you if there's a labor dispute. I don't know that there's going to be a need for that protection any longer, by the way. It's another thing to point out is that, hello, employees, you know, the money that you're going to give to your union to protect you in case of a labor dispute, I don't know that you need it anymore since you're going to be protected under this legislation. But they collect some of that dues and justify to the members as we're putting this in a strike fund. If we ever have to go on strike to really put the screws, so be it, to the employer, we'll have some backup to help fund it. That's the purpose. So what we're doing here is creating a fund, essentially, via the unemployment insurance fund, which, by the way, is funded by the same employer that is having their labor taken away from them, and also taxpayers who subsidize it regularly through state and federal taxes. But the fact of the matter is we're creating a new mechanism to provide this benefit. And I want to understand from a policy perspective from the chairman, why are you using this system? Why not create a whole nother system? A government-sponsored strike fund. Why don't you do something like that? Why take the unemployment fund that is set aside for people who are able to work, looking for work, and not working through no fault of their own, and make it for people that are actively choosing not to work, who do not qualify under any of those three things? Through you.
You have said a lot in the last 5 or 10 minutes that you've been speaking, but I would just simply say that we have seen this work in other states and work very well. We know that there are not often strikes that are in duration of more than 2 weeks. And in fact, if you look at Connecticut's record for such things, it's not a common occurrence. And so we think this is a good system to rely on because it will provide the necessary means for people to exercise their rights under federal law by creating them the ability to feed their family if they choose to strike. So we think it's a good approach. We did it. You asked the question of why are we doing this? We looked at other states that have done it. We think it worked well for working families in those states. And so we're modeling after those states.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that, except that I didn't hear anything that was data-driven or fact-specific or even demonstrative to suggest that that's actually true. Can you point to an example other than to say that some individuals who received unemployment benefits that would not have otherwise? What about the other side of that equation? What about the ramifications to that business, to that industry, to their competitors, to the other employees, to the taxpayers who helped fund it, to the consumers who had to pay higher fees as a result? What about all that?
I don't accept the premise that all of that is what occurs. And I mean, I understand where you're coming from. You think that's what happens. You've said in instances that there are many things we disagree upon. We have had this debate and discussion around things like raising the minimum wage would impact consumers. You know, we also know that there are other ways that employers could resolve that problem. They could take less in profits. They could lower their own salaries. We could have a more equitable society. But that's not, you know, that's not what is before us. Before us in this piece of legislation is whether or not we as a state decide we want to support working families when there is a strike, that we want those workers to have the ability to put food on the table for their families so that they can exercise their federal rights. As I said, it's done in other states. And it's been successful. We haven't seen businesses driven out of those other states. They're pretty successful states like New York and New Jersey. So I think that it's a good model to follow. I don't have the statistics that you asked for because I don't think they exist.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that acknowledgement, and I appreciate your openness about the reasons for this policy before us. I just want to have an honest argument, and I appreciate your honesty, Madam Chairman. I mean, you made it very clear when you referenced profits, when you referenced an equitable society. What you're talking about effectively is communism. I mean, that's what this bill is about. That's what a lot of this legislation is about. It's all about equalizing things. It's all about telling people that are actually working harder and generating benefits in a better life that they must give up some of their quality of life for others who have not put in the same effort. That's what this is about. 2 + 2 = 4 every time. Okay, I mean, like, I suppose that you can go down some real serious rabbit hole about what is reality. But like in the real world, where we're making policy right now, in the Labor Committee right now, 2 + 2 always = 4. And if you're going to provide a benefit that did not exist in the past, that means that someone's paying that benefit. Okay, there's no other way to slice that. You can't finagle your way out of that fact. And that benefit is kind of come from somewhere. And where it's going to come from in this particular case is going to come from people that are actually working, not people that are foregoing their requirement of providing their labor in exchange for money. Why should Connecticut's unemployment compensation system be used to subsidize one side of a labor dispute? Through you.
I believe it's a good approach to provide unemployment benefits to workers who are on strike. And in your remarks, you just talked about people who aren't working as hard as others. I look back to the strike of Stop and Shop workers. They would not have qualified under this statute for unemployment benefits because the strike didn't last long enough. However, those were all hardworking people, and I think the fact that the strike didn't last long was because it's a service to the community, and the community stood with those workers during that strike. They did not shop at Stop and Shop. They went to alternative grocery stores. But those workers were fighting to protect their health care. That's what a lot of this is about. You want to talk about communism. It's about people having basic health care from their employer. And during that strike, that's what they were trying to protect. And so, these are hardworking people that we're talking about. And when I looked at that strike, if the company had not conceded, and this is a massive international company generating massive profits, and if they hadn't conceded and it had gone on longer, then I think those workers would have benefited from having this backstop so that they could continue to protect the long-term interests, not just of themselves as individuals, but the people that were going to come after them. And are we going to really protect good-paying jobs with good benefits? We've seen such an erosion of that in this country. And a lot of the strikes, that's what it's about, or protecting their retirement, or having a living wage. These are the things that cause these strikes to happen. And people don't go on strike just because they're unhappy about some minor offense in the workplace. There's great consideration given to going out on strike. So I think it is legitimate policy. I think it is good policy, good public policy, and I think we're in a position to do this.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Very clever of you to talk about the hardworking people of Stop and Shop who went on strike, when my question was not about whether or not people are hardworking. I'm talking about people that are actually on strike, not working while they're on strike. I'm not disputing the fact that the people that we're talking about are hardworking. And I think that was completely unfair for you to take my comments out of context in that frame. It was very clear. I was talking about the fact that unemployment is for people that are unemployed through no fault of their own, who are able and ready and looking for work. And you're making this about people who are not working, who are able to work but choose not to. That's the dispute here. It's not about whether anyone deserves to go on strike or when anyone's hardworking or what the status of the world is. Okay? It is about the policy before us. The policy before us is undermining the system that protects hardworking people. That's what the policy here before us does. And if there are things declining in the state of Connecticut as far as employment opportunities or quality of life, it is because of the policies initiated by this committee and this legislature. that are limiting opportunities. They're preventing people from wanting to put their businesses in the state of Connecticut. You know what happens when you pass policies like this? If I'm a grocery store chain and I'm thinking about coming to Connecticut, guess what? I'm not coming. And you know what happens when I don't come? Fewer jobs. You know what else happens? Less competition for the other grocery store that's already here. And when they have less competition, guess what? They don't have to pay their workers as much, because they don't have to compete for workers. We're having a battle over capitalism or communism. People should realize what's happening. That is exactly what's here. I'm describing the way our system works. The system that has provided the immense quality of life that we all share as Americans. And it is under assault by government, by Democrats in government, who believe that they have a right to take from people that work and produce in exchange for providing benefits for people that don't. And they do it for one reason, because it's very easy to turn those folks into victims, because they will certainly be willing to accept the fact that they're not responsible for their current situation, especially if someone in the government is like, oh, we're going to take care of you and we're going to punish all of those successful people for your benefit. That is the battle that this bill is about. That is the battle about politics globally. And I still haven't heard a legitimate reason as to why we would upend a system that is designed to protect people who are unemployed legitimately. I got nothing. Well, it's a good bill because we think so. It worked in other states. Well, how? Well, because it did. I asked why this system should be used to subsidize one side of a labor dispute. And then I was going to ask, well, gee, why are you picking one side? And then also, why are you choosing the side that you're choosing? I don't think that this bill, Madam Chairman, does this bill distinguish anywhere between workers who choose to strike and workers who are just part of the union who end up having to go along with it through you?
No.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't know the status currently of the unemployment compensation system. I know that in previous years I had a bunch of data in front of me explaining the current situation, which I know was not very good at the time. I think we've actually improved it some, thankfully. But the only way that that unemployment compensation system was made whole is by requiring both employers to pay significantly more into that system and to ask taxpayers to subsidize it to make it whole. This is going to exacerbate that problem exponentially. The chairman implied in one of her replies to my very simple and straightforward questions that this is going to shorten the length of disputes between employers and employees, and that strikes might be shorter. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I got that inference. And I know that Senator Looney actually sat in front of me last year during the public hearing and told me that to my face, which is just obviously not true. No one with an ounce of sense in their mind is going to believe that that would shorten a strike, except for the possible instance that the employer is going to just throw up their hands and realize that they don't have a leg to stand on, that they are going to be put out of business, not by the employees, not by the labor union, but by the state of Connecticut, by this committee, whose desire to help the employee side of that transaction will give them so much coercive ability to force the business to provide everything and anything at the expense of the business's solvency. And some people listening to this might be hearing that and saying, well, why is Sampson so concerned with that business's solvency? I'm concerned about the jobs, the competition, and the consumers that are generated from that entrepreneurial endeavor. We're at a Hendrix concert. There's a lot of feedback over here. So I want to ask some more questions. I don't want to continue to editorialize because I think it's best to hear this policy in the words of the people that have created it. I am asked a few times for some sort of ideological justification. But when I present this as potentially harming existing businesses and preventing other competing businesses, I don't know how we got on the subject of grocery stores. I think it's because it's left over from the previous bill and the strike talk earlier, but this is going to affect a lot of different industries. When I say that this is going to prevent businesses from relocating to Connecticut or starting in this state, because businesses have other choices. You have the whole world to choose from, frankly. Not that you might leave the United States to do so, but people have. But you could certainly go to another state. So many of our businesses already have. So many people I know personally have left this state looking for employment because they didn't have employment opportunities here. So many people I know took their business, even though it cost them so much, and not just dollars. It cost them financially to relocate their business to another state because they had to close up shop, they had to terminate a lease, they had to deal with all of the moving expenses, they got to start up someplace new, which is a huge risk. Not to mention the personal toll taken on people that have relocated. You know, leaving their homes where they may have lived their whole lives in Connecticut, their friends, their family. But so many people have done it. That should be sending a message to this legislature. If people are willing to relocate their business from Connecticut to South Carolina, they're not doing it over a tiny, inconvenience. They're doing it based on the culmination of pain inflicted upon them as Connecticut residents and business owners. That's why they're doing it. And that's not even human nature. People, there's a line from the Declaration of Independence. It says, mankind is disposed to suffer as long as those sufferings are tolerable. Something to that effect. And that's so true. I know so many people who work a job they don't like because it's a lot easier than taking the chance and the risk to go find a new job. People stay in relationships rather than finding something better because it's just easier than going through the heartache of doing all that. That's human nature. But in this particular case, people are doing it anyway. They're going to close down their manufacturing plant that may have been generationally owned in Connecticut and relocate to another state. And there are plenty of examples, Madam Chairman, of people of all different stripes in all different communities across our state leaving here because of the potential, not even actual damage that can be done to their businesses, industries, livelihoods, futures, kids' college tuition, and so on as a result of the policies that are passed in this committee. And I admit it, I get vocal, I get frustrated, but I have to tell you, like, for example, I appreciate the fact that we took the time today to actually go through the whole definition of labor dispute and pause the committee to research it and get the statute. To me, that's a big improvement. Because when I brought it up on the Senate floor last year, it was like, yeah, whatever. Say whatever you want, Sampson. We don't care. We're going to pass the bill. Maybe there's more people watching this time around. Maybe there's more press that's interested. Maybe people are going to be that much more closely paying attention. Maybe the governor's watching this debate more intently to understand this policy more thoroughly. And that's a good thing. Nothing is better than shining a light on this place so people know what is happening. Can I ask, Madam Chairman, what the status of the unemployment compensation system is and whether or not there's any data or projections about how this will impact it through you?
In the past, we have had that data at our fingertips and we've cited it. I don't think it's changed much, but I don't have it at hand, but we can take another pause and I can get that for you. We will be paused until you hear the call throughout the building for resuming this committee. Okay.
can't do that.
We are back on the record. And the question, I believe, was the impact on the Unemployment Trust Fund. I do have data from the Economic Policy Institute pertaining to Connecticut that if there, after 14-day, they looked at data from previous years, and with a 14-day waiting period, there would have been 2 qualifying strikes with 1,750 eligible strikers. The state UI, with the state UI rate, now let me just, it's hard to scroll over. The cost to the fund, I'm sorry, my computer's not, these aren't the best computers. Did anybody else notice that? It's 0.04% impact on state UI expenditures. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I appreciate the information you're provided, but I don't think that takes into consideration the fact that there might be more than one strike occurring at any given time. And it certainly doesn't take into consideration the massive expansion in the definition of eligibility, which is far beyond strikes. As we already determined, looking at the language of the bill, labor dispute is any controversy. So I'm fearful that any data that we have is not going to be conclusive or accurate. But can you just suggest, I mean, are those items that I just mentioned factored into there? I mean, you know, if 2 major corporations, you know, went on strike at any one given time through you?
I believe that was taken into consideration because that was looking at a period of time. There could be 2 strikes at the same time, but this was looking over a period of time, and I don't think we've seen a great deal of difference in the past year.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. The thing is that I fully predict that if this policy becomes law, I think it will be tested immediately. I believe that labor unions across the state are going to use this as an opportunity to navigate where their equilibrium is. I mean, there's an equilibrium established naturally via the competitive marketplace where the employers and the employees have to come to terms with what the employers are willing to pay their employees, what the employers are willing to work for, what the competition is in the industry and beyond, depending on the type of industry it is. Some are more specialized and have a reduced pool of potential employees and workers. Others are more substantial and maybe wide open and can take people from lots of different walks of life. So in that instance, I believe that what's going to happen now is that when you're changing the rules of the game, it's almost like, you know, taking a baseball game and saying that one team gets to have 6 outs while the other team only gets 3 outs. What do you think is going to happen in that case? I think the team that gets the 6 outs, they're going to have a really big advantage on how the game turns out, and they're likely to win. The opposing team's going to have to do some sort of changes to compensate for that. And that's what's going to happen here, is you're going to have a situation where now that the employees will have this additional lever that they can pull on at their discretion to create more coercion, they will. I mean, it's just natural. Why wouldn't they? The fact is that they will do that, and that will reset a new standard equilibrium. But that standard equilibrium is going to ultimately probably benefit the unionized employees individually and in a temporary way. This is the thing I want to make people understand, is that this is not, for me, an us versus them battle. I understand that's the way it's being described. I understand that's the way it is talked about. I understand that's the way the media characterizes it. I'm not on anybody's side here. I'm on the side of good policy, the side of what's fair and free and will end up with the most positive result for all the people included. And that's everybody in society. And I got to take into consideration all of my constituents, not just the people that are employed at a business, not the employers of the business, but also everyone who's got to shop there and pay the fees, and whether or not there's someone who wants to start a business. All of those things have to be taken into consideration. And I don't believe any of that's going on here. I believe that this bill is all focused on creating a benefit for one small portion of our society. Can I just ask another question, moving on from that, which I think is extremely inconclusive data about what's happening with the potential financial impact to businesses and ultimately to taxpayers, who will be the backstop for all of this. Does this language exempt public sector or quasi-public employers, Madam Chairman?
Under Connecticut state law, public sector employees do not have the right to strike. Under Connecticut state law, public sector employees do not have the right to strike. They would not be eligible for this benefit.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Is that exclusive to teachers, or is that all public sector employees, municipal and state, through you?
I believe it's all public sector employees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman, I appreciate that. Can you show me in the text of the bill where that exemption exists, or in statute, through you?
One moment. Back on the record. For state employees, the citation is 5-279, and for municipal, it's 7-475. Those are the statutes that prohibit the strike of state employees and municipal employees.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I will take your word for it. I was hoping you might read me the text, but I do believe that you are correct, so I will just move on from that particular situation. Can you, how many additional benefits, weeks of benefits could a person be eligible for under this statute of unemployment, through you?
under this proposed bill, an employees on strike would be eligible after 14 days on strike, and then they would be eligible for unemployment for the same benefit that they would get if they were employed for any other eligible reason.
Understood. Can I have that benefit for the record, Madam Chairman?
I don't want to say it wrong. I think I know what it is, but I will wait. Just give me a minute. "26 weeks, Senator Sampson."
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, that's my understanding as well, is that currently 26 weeks of unemployment is the benefit in the state of Connecticut. It's very interesting. I'll just make a side comment that I read an article a couple of years ago about unemployment and a study that was done that showed that it didn't matter state by state where they had different lengths of time for unemployment compensation, whether you got compensated for 2 weeks of unemployment or 6 weeks or 10 weeks or 26 weeks or 2 years or whatever it was. The statistics that said that people ended up finding gainful employment within 2 weeks after the expiration of their benefit were all the same. It's kind of an illustration of how people are inclined to do what is necessary when they have to. I don't bring that up to suggest that we should be diminishing the amount of the benefit or that it's inappropriate to offer it. I'm just suggesting that I think that it just is clear that these types of benefits are not an inspiration to employment. They are effectively a mechanism to expand government expense and redistribute wealth, which is a concern of mine. The conversation we had before about the labor dispute definition kind of calls into question something that's important to me that I wanted to talk about kind of from the exact opposite angle that I was going to approach it, because I wanted to say, why is a group of people choosing to strike different than a single person, and why should a group of people have more rights than a single person? So I will ask the question, Madam Chairman, understanding that the language of the bill would apply to one person, but my assumption is that you are going to change it to be a union strike more specifically in future language of this bill. So maybe you can let me know whether that's your intention, and if so, what the justification is for creating a different set of parameters for a single individual versus a group. Through you.
I was trying to remember if I've ever seen a single person out on strike. I imagine it has happened somewhere. I know that they don't have rights protected by federal law. And certainly one of the reasons for extending this or proposing this piece of legislation is to make sure that employees who have the right to strike under federal law are really able to exercise that by way of having the ability to feed their kids. But I know that's not what the definition says. I do believe that, I don't believe that a person, an individual who has a controversy with their employer and walks out and stands out in front of that business, I don't believe that the Department of Labor would rule that as a labor dispute under our statutes. But as you point out, that may not, we can't say that for certain. I do think that it would be acceptable to find a way of framing this that it was clear that the labor dispute was in fact a strike similar to those conditions under which people can strike under the National Labor Relations Act, especially given that there are no strikes are not allowed or not legal under our state statutes for public sector workers. So we are talking about private sector workers where their rights to strike are covered under federal law.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the answers. I got to tell you, though, I mean, this is such a difficult position to be in. You know, when we're debating or negotiating a bill that is in progress, that's going to be redrafted, that's going to have changes, it's like I don't even know where to stand sometimes. You know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the bill that's in front of us has nothing to do with striking workers. It has to do with any labor dispute, and that includes public sector employees. I don't see where it doesn't say that. It applies to one person. It applies to somebody walking off the job. It applies to someone who has the most minor issue whatsoever, because it's any controversy, any dispute counts. That's what the language of the bill says. So what I tried to frame my question in a way that gave you the opportunity to tell me what you intend the bill to mean. But I don't know that we've got there. I do appreciate the effort, and I know you did narrow it to some degree, that you're trying to focus it on the federal definition of what a strike is. I think that would be helpful in narrowing the intent of the bill substantially. I still think it's a terrible policy. But in that case, as you mentioned, a single individual doesn't have the right to strike. So that's my question. Why would you set up a policy that allows someone to get an additional benefit as long as they're part of a group? And mind you, you're talking about people that are actively trying to engage in the strike, and then there's other people that are probably caught up in it that might not want to participate but are forced to, versus someone else who may have a legitimate grievance. Through you.
I think that we are clearly trying to establish a piece of, put into law in the state of Connecticut, a benefit that would help workers exercise their rights to strike. I think that's, you know, we've seen it work in other states. We haven't seen, for instance, grocery store chains not going into New York State because they have unemployment benefits for striking workers. You had raised that issue earlier, that there might be data that would, asking if there was data to show whether or not we would lose grocery store chains coming into Connecticut if we were to enact a striking workers bill. But I don't think there's any evidence from other states that that has happened. I think this is good public policy. I do think there's a distinction to be made between an individual having a grievance. There are procedures for that under union contracts. I think those procedures work for providing a neutral decision on who was right in that situation, the employer or the worker. And so I don't think it's necessary to extend unemployment benefits to a worker who has a grievance. In fact, there are contracts, almost every contract, and even under federal law, contracts that don't have a provision, a no strike provision during the life of the agreement. If you have a grievance procedure under the contract, it is deemed to be a prohibition on striking during the life of that agreement. So I don't see the need for that remedy for individuals. I do see it as something that would help establish an ability to use, to exercise those rights that we have for workers to strike under federal law.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the answer. You started by suggesting that you think this is good policy, and there's no data to suggest that grocery stores wouldn't move into New York and they have this policy, et cetera. I appreciate you saying all that, except I don't think it means anything at all. I mean, clearly, common sense says that if you create an impediment to operating a business in one location that doesn't exist in another, someone that's going to make that decision is going to choose the place without the impediment. It's just obvious. You know, there may be other reasons that overcomes the impediment that caused someone to choose the location. But that doesn't negate the fact that you're making a policy that is on its face and in fact a slap in the face to employers, consumers, and anyone who is not actually benefiting from the underlying policy altogether. I don't have any more questions. I'm just going to kind of wrap up and make a few closing comments. The first thing I would say is that I'm hoping we never get the opportunity to debate this bill on the Senate floor again. Not that I'm tired of doing it, happy to do it again. I just think it's pointless, and it's such a controversial and significantly bad policy. It was pointed out to me in the hallway that even Gavin Newsom in California vetoed this proposal a couple of years ago. I mean, that is saying something. That people that are so in line with the extreme far left progressive agenda also recognize the harm that would happen to their own economic situation in their state, that it gave them pause, I think is a very strong message. And I will remind everyone that the governor of this state, who is no moderate and certainly no conservative, even he looked at this as if it was a toxic proposal. What's going on here is that the legislature is inserting itself and using government power to take one side of a negotiated collectively bargained agreement. And our obligation is to remain neutral. You know, I often talk with people about like the perfect notion of what government should look like. And in my world, there is, as was the founders of this great nation, the concept of limited government, that people should govern themselves, that in fact we are all sovereign. We are all kings and queens in our own right, and we have the power to make our own decisions, to own property, defend ourselves, all the great things that make us Americans. And every day, as state governments across this country and the federal government continues to make more policy, we are chipping away at that sovereignty. Little by little, we are less and less royal as individuals. We have less and less property rights, less and less civil rights, less and less economic freedom. When I was growing up, America was the first, number one, tops at everything. You name it. We had the best math scores in the world. We had the best military, the best food, the best schools, the best everything. That's the America I grew up in. And if that's not true today, I still think we're the best country in the world, but we're not first in everything. And if that's not true, there's one reason, and that reason is government. That reason is government creating impediments to success, because it is the individual citizens of America that made this country great. Almost all the great inventions throughout history were created in the first 150 years, maybe, of the United States of America. The automobile, the telephone, the radio, the TV, the car, the tire that goes on the car, the assembly line. I mean, just go on and on. These things happened because people stood a chance of achieving greatness and becoming very successful and wealthy. And unfortunately, there is a political party and there's an entire population of people in this country that do not see success as a positive. They see it as something to be berated, to be attacked, and to be taken by the government for other purposes. And when I was growing up, when I saw my fellow students get a new job, or I remember one of my classmates in high school got a brand new Mustang convertible as a gift from his parents, and certainly my family wasn't in a position to provide me one, and I had a job when I was a high school student, but I couldn't afford that. But I didn't covet this fellow student's car, I admired it. I said, that's great. I love the fact that this person and his family worked hard enough to be successful enough to do that. I wish that I could get there too. Today, it seems like people are being raised to believe that if someone else has something, that's not fair. I'm a victim because I don't have that. And the government's going to come along and save me because they're going to go punish that person and take stuff from them and give it to me. And people are being filled with notions that they have a right to other people's belongings and their labor and their money. And all those things are bad. What we should be focusing on is maintaining our American spirit of opportunity, freedom, ingenuity, and innovation. This bill stands in the way of that by suggesting that those fair and free deals, which is everything from two people meeting on the street and saying, hey, I need you to do a job for me. Will you do it? How much are you going to pay me? Oh, how about if you give me this? Okay, sounds fair. Boom, boom. No government necessary. Government's not needed for that. But this government, they can't help themselves. They figured out that people will put up with it. We can actually do this. We can stick our nose in there and we can take part of what's going on between these two people, or we can restrict it in some way, or we can set up the rules for them. Even though this is a thing that we have nothing to do with, but people put up with it. And the more people put up with it, the more this government thinks they can do it. And what we're looking at here today for policy is just an unbelievable thing. This is not something that's happening under the guise of safety or some other noble premise, which most of these incursions into private and free agreements have in the past resulted from. This is an all new thing together. This is a because we can kind of policy. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and mess with the rules between employers and employees because we can. If the real goal here was to help workers in distress, why not address that? Why create a policy that creates unfairness, that may benefit some for a short period of time while harming everyone else? I have a lot of friends who are in labor unions, actually, and we talk about this stuff all the time. And I want to just speak to the labor folks that are listening to this committee meeting for a minute, because I know that there's out there telling you that people telling you that I am the devil, that I am the worst person on earth, that I do not care about employees and I do not care about people that are in organized labor, and that I only care about employers and protecting my rich friends, etc. That's all BS. Those are lies. Those are people telling you things for their own benefit that have no basis in fact or truth whatsoever. First off, I'm not rich. I actually, and I don't have any particularly rich friends, which is too bad. Maybe I should run in different circles. And I'm certainly not trying to protect any specific person over someone else. My goal here today is to be the legal defense for the people I represent. Just like if you are accused of a crime, you deserve to have a lawyer stand up for you in a courtroom and fight for you. Well, I believe my constituents deserve to have someone come up here and fight for them, because they are being penalized, persecuted by some of these policies. They are being treated unfairly, they are being placed into categories, and they are being manipulated by laws passed by a majority whose one singular goal is not policy that benefits everyone generally. It is to maintain their political superiority and majority. And almost every policy that comes through this building is based on those factors and those factors alone. I stand here for fairness. and that anything that happens between a negotiation between employers and employees ought to be between them. And the state of Connecticut has no more business aiding the employees in that situation than if they were here aiding the employers. And I can tell you, if there was a policy before us that was doing that, that was saying somehow we were restricting the employees from having the ability to negotiate the terms of their employment on some level, they were restricted from something, I would be just as adamantly fighting for them. This is not about picking sides for me. That's them. They're the ones that have decided that some small group of people is more important than everyone else. And I said everyone else, not just the employers, but consumers who will be forced with higher costs, with the people in our society, our neighbors, our friends, who are going to be forced with less choices on where to shop, where to get goods and services, who will also be limited on their opportunities for jobs as a result of the economic depression created by overregulation and unfairness in the marketplace. Hey, Rob, we want to sign you up to play professional baseball. You get to choose the league that's fair, where everybody gets 3 outs an inning, or you can go play in the unfair league over there, where they're going to tell you that the other side has every advantage. They get 6 outs an inning. Which one do you want to play in? That's what's happening here, is Connecticut is becoming the unfair league to play in. At the end of the day, we have to choose what kind of lives we want to have as American citizens. And I know I'm speaking in very grandiose terms for one labor committee meeting on one labor bill, but it isn't a very important labor bill that is symbolic of what's happening in this legislature and in this state, which is we've got to decide if we want to maintain our American heritage of free citizens who have opportunity and work hard to provide for ourselves and our families, and we try and improve our station in life and pass that on for generations. Or we want to let the government control everything, to control all wealth, decide who should get what, establish the rules for life, tell you what you can eat or drink, punish certain industries because they're unfavorable to a political party. If you think that that's the way to live, understand this, that as that happens, the production of wealth in society will decline. This is what happens in socialist and communist countries, where wealth redistribution redefines the economic parameters by which people operate. Because if I'm somebody who is working hard to achieve, and you are taking everything I am working so hard for from me, you are disincentivizing me from doing so. And while it's frustrating, maybe for some people, to watch other people become exceedingly wealthy and have things and become billionaires, etc., understand that that wealth exists in society and benefits everyone just by its existence. There is no fixed pie of wealth that says if someone has more of it, you have less. The goal is for wealth to grow exponentially in every direction. I want everybody to be a billionaire and to not want for things. And in America, we actually are closer to that than people give credit for. Almost everybody who's listening to me has a cell phone probably has a car, has a roof over their head, has indoor plumbing and indoor heating. They don't have that everywhere in the world, and they certainly haven't had it through history. That happened via free market capitalism and the fact that some people got exceedingly wealthy in the process. But all of that created invention, created the opportunity for things to be created. People don't create cell phones for free. They do it to make money. But at the end of the day, the invention of the cell phone means we all get to have one sooner or later. If you start to interfere with people that produce cures for illnesses by fixing the cost of healthcare or drugs, the same thing happens. Guess what? There will be no more cures for things. So I'm a little off topic with the last comment, but it's all about the choice we have to make. Are we going to be free citizens who make our own way, or are we going to let the government tell us how to live? The government exists for good reasons, and the government should be there to make sure that whatever agreement that the employer and employee come to of their own free will is enforced. That's where the government has a real role. To make sure if somebody promises to pay somebody for something or someone promises to complete a job, the government should be there. The judicial branch and our system of rule of law should make sure that that is sustained and perpetuated. That's what allows us to live in a civil society. But when the government's coming along and actually sticking their nose in the actual transaction, oh, no, you can't agree to that. No, we can't allow you to have this. The next bill on the agenda is more of that. That's what this committee is. It's the stick your nose in committee. And frankly, this labor committee has no business sticking its nose into these relationships, and it will only ultimately harming people, everyone concerned, even the people that this policy explicitly benefits. It only benefits them temporarily until the rules of the game and the environment changes yet again. As I said, Madam Chairman, I'm not looking forward to debating this bill again, but if it comes to the Senate, I certainly will. I'm hopeful that there's enough folks watching in the public and in the press, and hopefully from the governor's office, that I've made enough sense to warrant them coming back for a veto. God forbid this makes it out of the legislature once again. I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I've been told I need to sit closer to the microphone because people outside of this room cannot hear it. So thank you, and I appreciate the good words from my colleague, Senator Sampson. I echo much of what he said, and I have, I have a contracting background, open shop, but I have friends who are in the different trade unions, plumbers, carpenters, HVAC, electrical, and they're not speaking. I'm not making any statement that this that they're speaking for the union itself, but I can say that in conversations about this concept over the past couple of years, these tradespeople thought this concept was ridiculous. The fact that they would be paid for not coming into work through a strike of their own, and again, they're not speaking for the unions. I'm not asserting that, but these are hardworking people who get paid when they show up, and they're very skilled, and they do great work, and they expect that if you don't show up, you don't get paid. So here we are. This is year 3 debating this bill. It was said last year that theoretically, and I agree with this topic, we agree with this statement, we discussed this we heard this in public hearing, public testimony. I know that I repeated it on the House floor during the debate, that this policy would essentially have employers subsidizing the strike against them, because it's the employers who pay into the unemployment trust fund. It's the employers who get charged for using that fund, and they're using the fund when their employees are out of work. So to be able to allow an employee who willfully, who makes a distinct, albeit a tough decision to go out on strike, it's a willful decision. This is no accident. This is completely within the control of the union and completely within the control of the voting members. Now, again, Senator Sampson touched on there may be union members who voted not to go on strike, and because the majority voted to go on strike, that person's caught up in this. I'm not speaking to them. I'm speaking to the people who voted willfully, deliberately, put their note on a card, and voted to go out on strike, and then now want to be compensated when the finances aren't there beyond 2 weeks. I'm not saying it's a good situation. I acknowledge it's a tough situation. It is probably a terrible, awful decision for somebody to make, to leave their employment, to go out on strike. Nobody's disputing that. Not in the 3 years that I've heard this testimony. That's not the point of it. The point of it is that when you make that decision, the goal is to get to the negotiating table to find a resolution and not have the state of Connecticut, and not even the state of Connecticut, have employers from the state of Connecticut subsidize that walkout, that labor walkout. I have one question, Madam Chair, that I did not see the language in the bill. Senator Sampson talked about some unions maintaining a strike fund, which is paid. Not all unions have this, and I understand they differ in varying amounts. Some have a very healthy strike fund, some have none, some have some that maybe would be good for a small amount. Is there anything in this bill that would preclude somebody who goes out on strike, if their union maintains a strike fund, that employee could collect the strike fund, could collect money from the strike fund in addition to the unemployment insurance if this bill were to pass?
Just want to be sure of my answer. Hold on 1 minute. That income would be deducted from their UI. From their UI benefit, from their unemployment insurance benefit.
Thank you. Okay, so if they earned $100, if they were entitled to $100 through UI and they earned 25 from the strike fund, they would only receive 75 from, I'm not trying to be quick with the math, but bottom line is the maximum, I think I understand you. So that it's not the UI plus the strike fund, it's the
Correct.
UI minus the strike fund. Thank you. I also would, so I don't have any more questions at the moment. Just want to make a few statements. I noticed going through the testimony, reading through the bill, the Department of Labor, there was no testimony from the Department of Labor on this subject as to how this would affect how this would affect their operation, how this would affect how they handle unemployment. There was no written testimony on this. We all members of this committee, I believe, or at least the ranking members and the chairs, received something from the commissioner while we were sitting here. And that email referenced borrowing for the state of Connecticut, and that while the fund balance is healthy, they anticipate borrowing $124 million between March of this year and May of this year. That's their estimated, and that borrowing comes from the federal government. So I want to reference U.S. Department of Labor. I'm just going to hold this up I'm referencing a memo that came out January 8th from a Michelle Beebe, administrator with the U.S. Department of Labor, with some questions and answers related to unemployment benefits for striking workers. And one of the questions is, if a state law permits the payment of UI benefits to striking workers, what are the federal requirements for making such payments? And they go into the federal requirements. The states must require claimants being able to work, available for work, and actively seeking work. And the state law must say in it, as a condition of eligibility for regular compensation for any week, a claimant must be able to work, available for work, and actively seeking work. So that's a federal requirement upon that states must comply with. And state law must require at a minimum some evidence of work search activity for each week received. So we've already established that someone out on strike with walking up and down the picket line is not going to meet the definition of actively seeking work. And there's a strong expectation that UI beneficiaries will be engaged in a concerted and effective efforts calculated to find a suitable job in the shortest period of time that is practicable. That's coming from the federal government. Another question, do the terms available for work and actively seeking work mean the claimant has to be looking for a new job and able to take one if offered? And it says that a state may not, consistent with the federal guidelines, exempt individuals from those requirements. Looking for work, available for work, and, well, the 3 requirements going back. Able to work, available for work, and actively seeking work. So that's not reviewed broadly. That's very specific. And as a result, state agency must examine the claimant's activity to make sure the effort to secure other work is genuine in nature and the claimant has not withdrawn from the labor market by engaging in activity. Example, picketing to the exclusion of seeking other work. So that's spelled out very clearly. Another brief question, and I'll wrap up a couple. Are workers who are involved in a strike actively seeking work if their only work search activity is remaining in contact with their union? And the answer is no. The worker must satisfy the criteria in the previous question. If the state's law exempts striking workers from having to conduct a job search, would the state be in violation of federal unemployed compensation law? The answer, yes. And the last question, what are the potential consequences if a state is out of conformity or compliance with Section 303 that these conditions are not met? The answer is a finding that the state is not in substantial compliance could result in the loss of their administrative grants under Title III SSA, which brings me back to the $124 million that we are looking to the federal government to back up and support our unemployment compensation fund that we borrow from on occasion. Right now the balance is 0, but as of recently the trust fund balance was $22.9 million. So if we're relying on the feds to back up our unemployment compensation program and we go and change this law that's not in compliance with federal law, and as I've already illustrated in those questions, if we're out of compliance with federal law, we are not eligible to borrow, then seems to me like we would want to be in compliance with federal law to not have our unemployment trust fund go insolvent, because it's not going to be there for when legitimate unemployment compensation claims are made. Even if no strike, if we were just to pass this law and not one striking worker received benefits, we'd be out of compliance, and the people who legitimately lost work as a reason, no fault of their own, who are active, doing all the things they're supposed to, may be in jeopardy. And so, maybe it's the new administration that we have in Washington that found it to make it clear. I don't know. This was not, I don't remember seeing anything like this before. But we put our borrowing at risk. So, I think this group, there's a philosophy. We can argue all about the philosophy that we want. This is black and white as far as I can tell. And if we're in violation of federal law, putting our unemployment trust fund at risk, we should take this thing, and everybody should be voting no today. There should be no consideration about changing language, clarifying language. It's in violation. The whole premise is in violation of federal law. And I can't see anybody voting yes on this to push it forward, noting that we're going to be putting our hardworking employees, workers, those legitimately collecting unemployment compensation today, that we would put them at risk. I will close with, there was testimony given that this could be a burden on the taxpayer, and it most certainly is a burden on the taxpayer. It was described as making that was a stretch, but the employers fund this unemployment compensation fund. When the fund gets stressed and overtaxed, the state government steps in and backs it up. And that, as recently as COVID, we backed it up, the state backed it up, and the taxpayers ended up footing the bill. So this affects everybody. It affects the employers. I'll wrap it up there. But if we're not taking, if we're not looking at this and saying, wow, we're in violation of federal law, putting this entire program at risk, then I'm not sure why we're even here if we're not asking those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands at this time. I do want to make a couple of comments. Representative Weir was just referencing our federal government and the guidance that they've issued, and I do believe that the federal government, as it currently has populated most of our federal agencies, would very much like to quash strikes and bring down the people that have fought so hard to improve the conditions in the working conditions of American workers. And I don't say that lightly. I know that there has been efforts to really undermine the National Labor Relations Board and the National Labor Relations Act. I am very proud of our AG, who has, last time I checked, more than 40 lawsuits against the federal government. I think he's probably one of the most popular elected officials in our state. I think the people of Connecticut really support this effort to take on the federal government for the guidance and for the ways they have enforced laws since they returned to office. And I think that this bill does support working families, supports workers in their efforts to maintain good jobs with good benefits in our state. I think that the state of New York and the state of New Jersey, they have unemployment for striking workers, and I don't think that they have been found to not be in compliance and therefore not eligible to borrow from the federal government. I certainly think that would have been in the news. And the last time I spoke to the Commissioner of Labor for the state of New York, they didn't anticipate that that was going to happen. This is about picking sides, I would say. The government has been picking sides for a long time. The federal government and the National Labor Relations Act and the way it's been enacted for a very long time. I've been in this movement for 50 years. And during that time, I've seen the erosion of rights of workers in our country based on decisions by the National Labor Relations Act and decisions of Congress. They have put the thumb on the scale, only it's been on the side of the employers. And it's been that way for a long time. And I think this does say we're going to level the playing field and we're going to give workers an opportunity to exercise their rights without being starved out. So I have picked a side, and I picked that side a long time ago, and it's with working families and with the Workers of Connecticut. And I'm proud of that. I know we disagree on that. I know we fundamentally disagree, but that's where I stand. And I think that the people of Connecticut stand with us. I think that's how we got here. And that's how we got to this point of being able to put forward this legislation. So I, appreciate the debate, so to speak. I have to say, I don't agree with a lot of what has been said here today, but I appreciate the opportunity to lead this committee and to chair this meeting. With that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 9, Senate Bill 440, an act concerning unemployment for striking workers. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera, yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item number 10, Senate Bill 435, an act concerning automated decision systems protections for employees. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3450.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. There is some S language on this bill, but this is a bill that would require certain notices to employees or to potential employees, employment candidates, when automated decision-making systems are being used to make decisions about hiring and decisions about promotions. It's There are many provisions in this bill. I could go section by section or give brief review of each section, but I think I'll wait and just wait for questions. Are there any comments or questions?
So,
Representative Weir.
Madam Chair, is it possible to maybe give an overview? I know there's a lot in here, but, or at least talk about the new, maybe the JFS language, how, what's changed between yesterday afternoon and today?
What mainly changed is that the bill does define developers and deployers of automated decision-making systems. The S language makes it clear that they're jointly liable for violations, the developer and the deployer. It removes an exemption for a certain disclosure requirement. It allows the labor commissioner to suspend the use of an automated decision-making system that violates the bill's bias audit provisions. In this bill, there are provisions that you have to test, you have to audit your systems to ensure against discriminatory bias that was unintended. It removes provisions related to private sector collective bargaining. There is a provision toward the end of this bill for public sector, making it a mandatory subject of collective bargaining under the public sector employment law, but it does not, it took out a similar provision that would have made it mandatory for private sector employees, and that would have been preempted by federal law. And it adds a provision on the state inventory, teachers' collective bargaining, and the Federal WARN Act. Most importantly, this bill, as a summary, just sort of an overview, we're finding more and more use of AI and automated decision-making systems and making decisions, particularly in the area of applicants for jobs. And I was very struck by a panel I attended by young people who are looking for work, who are college-educated kids, and saying how hard it is to even get an interview because you're basically, most places now, you're sending in your resume, you're applying for a job online, and you don't even get an interview. There are automated systems that are making the decisions on who's going to get a job, and this would protect an employee. First of all, they'd have to be notified that that was being used. If they asked, they could see the audit that had been done on that system, and they could appeal it to a human being. So those are the main approaches to this. It really is to try and get a handle on making sure that we're not using automated systems in a way that would be harmful or discriminatory. Representative Weir.
So I heard you mention, I did not see this portion, so thank you for bringing, towards the end of the bill, you mentioned that the public sector, it was going to be an automatic, mandatory add to collective bargaining to include this language where the private sector it could be optional. Where is that in the bill?
Hold on one second. My bills are a little out of order. Give me 1 minute. I can look at your bill if I can't find one right off the top. It's 9. Oh, wait, I have it here. Never mind. It's item number 10. had it, underlined it last night, so give me a minute and I'll find it. I believe it starts on line 540. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. It's even earlier than that. Okay, I believe you can look at line 415, and it defines the state of Connecticut. And then if you go to 485, it says during the term of a written collective bargaining agreement. I'm sorry, that's not it. I'm still not there. I apologize. Hold on a second. Okay, I was looking too far back. It starts on line 374, and it goes through lines 412, I believe.
Thank you. So Madam Chair, are we prohibiting the use of AI, or are we mandating that it must be acknowledged, must be disclosed by the employer?
We're not prohibiting the use of automated decision-making systems.
So what is mandatory in the public sector then?
It's considered a mandatory subject for collective bargaining. All that means is that if the union makes a proposal, the employer must respond. It's not there's permissive and mandatory subjects, and you can't go to impasse on a permissive subject, but you could on a mandatory subject.
Thank you for that clarification. I heard something else, and that makes sense. All right, I have no further questions on this.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I want to thank my colleague for his comments. I think he was spot on his remarks thus far. The biggest issue we have, I think, with this bill, and this it applies to the agenda mostly, is that, we have very little time to address a lot of these bills. The majority shares the agenda at almost the last possible moment that they have, according to our rules, which is like the day before. So I think we got this right after our screening meeting yesterday, somewhere around 4 or 5 p.m. So that doesn't give you a lot of time to go through hundreds of pages of paperwork. And then very often we don't have the language right then and there, because there's substitute language and changes, which was provided to us probably around 7 o'clock last night, I think, something like that. So it's not the worst situation. I've come into some committee meetings where we're handed the language moments before we're supposed to vote on it, or at midnight. So I appreciate that we did get the language, and I appreciate the efforts made by the chairs to try and provide it to us as timely as they can. But this whole process is a bad process. It's a process that does not have the level of openness and transparency that it ought to. We're making laws here. These are things that are going to affect the lives of people going forward in the state of Connecticut, and they shouldn't be done in a half-handed or or ham-fisted way. Let's use that term. And I just feel like we also pass far too many bills out of these committees. I mean, I don't know how many labor bills will ultimately pass both chambers and get signed by the governor this year, but I venture it's not going to exceed a handful, maybe half a dozen, and yet we're going to pass 50 plus bills, as we do every year, and some bills that are destined for a veto. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It goes back to what I said about because we can. This bill is worthy of such a lengthy debate by itself. We should dedicate an entire session or two to having this conversation, because this is such a giant and unprecedented topic, how AI is going to interact with industry in America going forward. And instead of doing its legitimate justice, having proper hearings about all of the moving parts, debating the integration of AI into industry and our statutory framework in Connecticut, we just get a random bill with substitute language the day before, and here you go. The substance of the policy, to me, is a little problematic because I view AI as a tool. I mean, just like anything else that you use in industry, if you're a mechanic and you've got a snap-on toolbox filled with sockets and wrenches and so forth, those are your tools. If you're an IT person, you have a laptop, it's your tool. You have tools for the job, and AI is just another tool. It's a mechanism that can be used to aid in production of work. And this bill tries to connect with AI as a tool with behavior and things like discrimination. I think that if you have an employer that's guilty of discrimination, the employer's guilty of discrimination. Doesn't matter whether they used a tool to do it or not. And I think even trying to include the tool in the decision making about how it's going to be handled, I think is foolish. Set the parameters for what is acceptable behavior and what is not, and leave it at that. Now, you wouldn't use a hammer or a socket set to create hiring policies, but if you were using a tool that was not good for the job, let it be up to the employer to decide whether or not they want to use that tool and risk whether or not it's going to behave poorly, and leave them subject to liability. This bill goes out of its way to try and make people liable for things, whether they have any real actual connection to it or not. I think it also creates the potential that AI will not be used by industry. And I also notice there's a lot of language in here about the state government and how AI use becomes part of collective bargaining agreements and so forth. That could happen naturally. You don't need to actually state that in a statute to make it happen. That's just an effort to put a hand on the scale once again by this committee. And the thing is that I don't think any of that matters. I really don't. I think that what matters is the outcomes. It's also extremely ironic to me to suggest that AI should not be used for hiring decisions and that it should be left up to a human individual to handle appeals. This policy is coming from the DEI people. The people that put everybody into a category. It's like, oh, wait, we're missing a 42-year-old Hispanic female. Let's go find one, as if they're all the same. And I've been arguing for years that we need to stop looking at people in those terms. That is racism. That is discrimination on its face. What we should be doing is judging people on their merit, their experience, and their qualifications. And my view is that chances are this process probably does that. I think that's exactly what's going on here, is that the AI is probably better at that than humans, at saying, okay, let's compare qualifications, let's compare things. And they're not paying attention to people's race, age, gender, sexual orientation, etc. So for me, it's super ironic that we've been here debating policies about how we have to use those superficial characteristics to create jobs and opportunities for people. And then suddenly, when an AI is involved, no, you can't do that. We've got to have a human look at it. It's not ready for prime time, Madam Chairman. That's the biggest problem I have with this bill, is that I think it is addressing what might be legitimate concerns in a very circumnavigating kind of way. It doesn't attack the problem. We already have laws against fraud. We already have laws against discrimination. Those are all sufficient. The innovation of AI doesn't change those things. If you're going to create a discriminatory environment, you are. It doesn't matter whether AI was involved in the process or not. And I hate to see this policy undermine the very, very clear framework that we have already that governs things like discrimination and fraud and other areas where AI might cloud the issue. So I'll be a no today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? I see no hands. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 10, Senate Bill 435, an act concerning automated decision systems protections for employees. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 3450. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 11. Senate Bill number 439, an act concerning electronic surveillance devices and systems in self-service kiosks and in employee lounges. It's a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3444. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that provides for the vendor who has a kiosk in a break room of a employer it allows them to have a camera. It sets certain parameters on that. The camera must only be for video, no audio. It must be aimed at the kiosk. It is an anti-theft measure. If the vendor believes someone is stealing, they can use that video. That video then is the only video that can be shared within the employer. Otherwise, it's in the vendor's complete control. But they can, excuse me, they can provide it to the employer in the event of alleged theft. And just as there are penalties on employers if they misuse cameras or place cameras in a break room, the same kind of penalties would be on the vendor if they were to violate the statute as proposed. And so I do want to thank both the representatives of the vendors and the representatives of labor for really sitting down and working out an appropriate solution to a problem of theft. And that's why this bill is before us. I think none of us condone theft. And this is a way to protect the privacy of the workers in the break room, but at the same time provide a mechanism for those vendors to, an anti-theft mechanism for the vendors. So that's the summary of the bill. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Just to echo your, some of your comments, not all of them, Madam Chair, as I am really thrilled, I guess that's the word. It's not often I'm thrilled in this committee. But I am really satisfied that both of the parties, kind of the interested parties, got together and found a reasonable solution between them. and those solutions ended up in the JFS language. This is something I'll support because both parties were able to work it out and have their concerns heard, addressed, and covered in this bill. So happy to hear that.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 11, Senate Bill 439, an act concerning electronic surveillance devices and systems and self-service kiosks in employee lounges. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 3444. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, no.
Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Shake.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 12, House Bill number 5492, an act concerning limitations on the use of non-compete agreements. This is a J up to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We have had this bill before. I don't believe there's any changes from the bill that we had last year. This would restrict the use of non-compete agreements on certain employees. It would, I believe it's, no, is it 2 times the minimum wage or 3 times?
It's currently 2 times, 75 times the
Yes. 2 times the minimum wage, and for independent contractors, 5 times the minimum wage. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
I'll be very brief, Madam Chairman. We've had this bill many times in the past. I think you are aware of my concerns about it and my ability to make cogent arguments in opposition. The most simplest thing I would say about this is another interference in private contracts. There's people on the street out there, outside this building, have no idea what's going on in here today, and rightfully so. They shouldn't have to be concerned or worried that their state government is taking away their ability to conduct business or deprive them of their rights to engage in commerce in a manner that they choose. But that's exactly what's happening. This bill proposal denies the rights of the parties to engage in a contract, even if they want to, even if they are more than willing. Both sides are like, yep, I understand the terms. I'm a adult citizen. I have my of sound mind, right? This is the terminology for contracts. Yeah, so why does the state think it has a right to go ahead and stick their nose in there? I don't understand. They don't, and people shouldn't let them. And when their elected officials come up here and say, you are going to lose your right, my constituent, because I'm taking it away from you to engage in commerce that you choose to, you should stop them. You should say, no, you're not going to do that as my elected official. But that's exactly what this bill does. And it's all based on some sort of alleged protection, which maybe we could point to the singular example of. But what is never pointed out is the destruction and havoc that is left in the wake of policies like this, the things that will not happen, the amount of commerce that won't occur, the amount of money that won't change hands, the amount of wealth that would be produced in our society that people could earn to improve their quality of life. That's what is lost when you make these impediments. I'll just use one example, which is my own personal experience. And again, I'm no expert on this subject. I just understand freedom. That's it. That's where I'm coming from. I'm like, wait a second. There's people out there, they want to do a deal together. Why can't they do it? I don't need to have any extreme amount of education to be informed on these things. It's common sense. It's nature. It's fairness. It's freedom. It's personal choice. All things that we should be protecting and not taking away. But my own personal experience is I used to work as an insurance producer. And I worked as an insurance producer back in the days where you actually went door to door When I was first hired, the first thing I did when I went to the Meriden Square Mall and I bothered all the people that were working in the stores and tried to sell them auto and homeowners insurance. Because you had to. That was my job. And I wasn't going to be able to eat or pay my rent if I wasn't able to go out and sell insurance, so I had to work that way. But that industry evolved dramatically. There's almost nobody who does outside sales for that type of insurance, at least anymore. Now it's all done online or over the phone. And when I was working in that industry, it was shifting from having outside producers to people that sit in an office, basically. And the difference there is that when I was doing it, I was outside making my own leads. I was actually finding the people to talk to. But when the industry shifted, it became more of the office, the broker, the insurance broker, paying the bill to advertise to get people to call in to the people that were inside the building. And they were using their own money, their own capital, and they were putting that up as a risk. And they were using that as an expense to generate leads to come into the office so that people could process them and turn those into actual paying insurance customers. And as a consequence of that, non-compete agreements were created because it became, in that industry, they had pre-existed before that for different purposes, but non-compete agreements became much more prevalent because those insurance offices had to protect their own interests. They're like, I'm paying now for something I never used to pay for to allow the people that work for me to earn their commissions. I'm paying for most of their advertising to generate that. So those customers were going to go forward understanding that they're customers that belong to the company. They don't belong to the individual producer any longer. And that's not to say you couldn't still negotiate those terms, because I did successfully. I negotiated terms with my employers back then that said, look, the business that comes in through the office belongs to the office. The customers that I find on my own belong to me. And if we part ways at some point, I have no problem taking my customers. They didn't object to that. But the customers they paid to produce through their advertising belong to them. And that's a non-compete agreement that made sense. I don't remember the exact terms, but it was something like for a period of 2 years, you agree not to try and solicit the customers that we provided to you for a different insurance company or agency. Now, this type of model exists in countless other types of industries. And the problem I have more than anything is I don't even know all the industries that non-compete agreements exist in and for all of the crazy myriad of reasons that they do. But they do. And they do so legitimately because, as I mentioned, out in nature, when people are deciding, hey man, you're gonna cut the grass in my house, twice a month, and how much you're gonna charge me, and whatever, they come up with the terms on that themselves. They don't need this body to come in there and interject how to do that. And sometimes the terms get complicated, like, well, but I don't need you to do it when my son is home because he is going to cut the grass. So let's add that to the contract. Well, and I don't need this at this time or whatever. That's how contracts evolve into setting up for individual circumstances. And the thing about these contracts and the thing about non-compete agreements that's so important that is lost in this conversation is that the majority will characterize this as something that the employer is forcing on their employee, take it or leave it. That's the way they will describe it in every case. And then they will try and convince you that the employer has more power in the transaction than the employee does. And, that's just a nonsensical argument because the fact of the matter is both sides of any agreement have the choice to enter into the agreement or not. No one has more power than the other person. When you're going to buy a car and they're trying to sell you a car, yeah, they can be pushy. They can definitely seem like they have more power maybe. But the fact of the matter is it's up to you whether you buy the car. You decide whether you sign on the dotted line. You take the responsibility for that. And if you sign a contract for employment, you ought to be negotiating the terms of that contract. And yes, there are some circumstances where things change. When jobs are scarce, certainly employers may have more ability to put things into contracts that are less desirable for employees. But when jobs are plentiful and employers are desperate for employees, which also happens, the opposite occurs. And now employees can command more salary and they can change the terms of those contracts. That's what happens with freedom. That's what happens in an actual free capitalist market. And it's a beautiful thing. Same thing happens with housing, which I won't get into, but clearly you have buyer and seller markets where the advantage may shift. The thing is that non-compete agreements can benefit both parties, because the non-compete agreement, when the employee is agreeing to it, it is an automatic understanding that the employer has got to give the employee something in exchange for that. It's like anything that you do. If you provide an additional benefit, like, for example, if you were going to negotiate with your employer about whether they were going to provide you health benefits, that would certainly factor into your pay, wouldn't it? If you said, I'm going to forego the health benefits that you might provide, but I would like to make an extra $2 an hour, that's something that could easily happen. An employer might definitely agree with that. And if the employer wanted to see that happen and the employee wanted to see that happen, then what's the harm in that? What exactly is the harm? And the answer is none. But this building, this committee, insists on constantly telling us how to live. No, it's not up to you free people anymore. We're going to decide for you. Everybody has to have paid sick days, for example, whether you want them or not. Whether you would have said, you know what, I would much rather have this instead of that benefit. Maybe you pay me a little more, or you give me this health insurance plan instead of that. No, can't do it anymore. So everybody's losing. This is what happens when government injects itself and deprives both parties of the ability to have the freedom to negotiate. So I'm sorry for going off on a tangent, but that's the best way I have to explain what's wrong with this policy. Non-compete agreements deprive both parties of the freedom to negotiate the terms of an agreement. And if you're listening to this out there in the real world, recognize that you have a choice every time to enter into an agreement that you like or don't like. You don't need us to tell you. If you don't want the agreement, then don't sign it. If you don't agree with the non-compete agreement, then don't do it. The fact of the matter is that when this body does it, they are taking away your rights. They're taking away your rights to decide what's best for you. I won't do that. I will never take away my constituents' rights, even when they ask me to, because they deserve to keep them.
Representative, where did you have your hand up? I saw it. I was thinking, I knew you were going to have some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe I have any questions. I want to make a few statements because we've seen this bill. This is year 4 now, I'm pretty sure, and it's probably been around longer than me. And I was last year had very detailed discussions with the House chair on what would constitute getting this thing done. And on page 9 out of 10, it calls out, I don't need you to reference, I'm just going to make a note that it references a NAICS code which encompasses security guards. And so there's existing state law that protects, I don't know if you call it protects, whatever, that addresses one specific industry where it was determined that that was detrimental to that industry. And so the NAICS code for security guards is 339032, line 236. And I've been maintaining, I have consulted with labor attorneys, and as written, number 1, this is confusing as all heck. Number 2, it upends decades, if not centuries, decades and decades of established, well-established case law, and we will look to upend that here. So my first observation is that it's confusing by nature because it wants to invite litigation. Okay? I said kind of tongue in cheek that this is probably written on behalf of the trial lawyers so that those billable hours are going to rack up, and I stand by that. It's not funny. This is where this came from. And people who have to litigate this, there's already well-established case law. So I have maintained, why are we making this unnecessarily confusing? If not, somebody wants to enrich themselves on billable hours when they can get in the middle of a dispute created by this legislation, by the way. Why are we going after an income threshold just because some other states are doing it? And why aren't we sticking? I'm going to branch off a little bit from my colleague and recognize that, okay, I have heard anecdotally that there are landscapers who are subject to non-compete agreements. There are people at fast food restaurants subject to non-compete agreements. I think, having been an employer, that's ridiculous because it costs money to put those things together. But why are we not hearing from people in specific industries like the security guards and adding to that list as those complaints come in, rather than create an incredibly confusing situation trying to index to the minimum wage, which, by the way, changes. So now employers are going to constantly have to revisit that number, which changes. We've tied our state minimum wage to an index tied to inflation, and as we all know, it's doubled, nearly doubled in the past few years. So as that changes, now these agreements need to be looked at. So maybe when the agreement is created, it's not in violation, but if the number changes, now it is. And we're going to subject our employers in Connecticut, some of whom may be super sophisticated, and there may be a really easy way for them to address it. I'm not going to speak for them. I'm going to speak for the non-sophisticated employer who's trying to protect his or her business from handing over the, potentially proprietary information or not, and being subject to having an employee be a competitor, and just trying to limit that damage. I have been an employee and gone out on my own, and didn't end up going because I have morals and ethics, but I did not end up being I guess I was a competitor, right? I didn't go solicit employees. That's what I should say. Didn't solicit customers from my employer, but I became a competitor. We should encourage that. That should be championed, of employees getting that spark, that entrepreneurial spark, and going out on his or her own, but not when they've got proprietary information that the employer has invested in, and not trying to tie it to an index that changes. So, I look forward to future conversations. I know the House Chair and I have 2 or 3 bills that I would like to see turn from like a hell no, in my mind, this is a dark red, to something that we can agree on and get it to the green, if it's reasonable and if it's simple, and if it's not going to ending in the pocket of some trial lawyer at $750 an hour at the expense of the employee and the employer. To boot, we have put an entire section, section 6, 2 pages, where we have given the Attorney General more power. It was just referenced. He's got 40-plus lawsuits. I thought it was 49. 40-plus lawsuits against our current federal administration. There's no testimony from him on this bill. It's clear he's too busy to address an employee-employer. Didn't even bother to submit testimony. We are empowering the Attorney General to take action against an employer who may be, as I said, there are very different, this could be, if I look at myself, 15 years ago, trying to be a one-man band 20 years ago, implementing a non-compete agreement, that's unsophisticated. I will describe myself as an unsophisticated, simple guy trying to figure things out as a business owner and just keep the lights on and the doors open. And now You find out you're in violation, and no, you're not subject to maybe a Department of Labor inquiry. You got the Attorney General bringing the entire power of the state of Connecticut, looking to make an example of you. You know, I've seen the news conferences. That's how it works. It gets headlines when it looks like we're busy. So, made my statements. This thing is absolutely non-workable as is, but I think if we pared it down to try to address the people who have made the complaints, like I said, I've heard anecdotally, we had no testimony that I'm aware of from any, in person or written, from an employee who has been aggrieved. But I've heard hairdressers, landscapers, not all coming to me now, fast food employees. That's cool with me. I am perfectly happy to take that list. Let's start with 4 people. And if we get 8 people complaining next year, we add those 8 and not tie it to an index that is a constant moving target. We learned through testimony, I'll close here, that we learned that attorneys are generally not subject to these. And we learned that doctors have a pretty tight range. They're not exempt from these, but that people in the medical profession there's a tighter standard for what that language can say. And outside of those professions, there is very specific language, because I've worked with a labor attorney to draft these, and it has to, it was explained to me, these things, in order to be enforceable in court, they have to be very narrow and specific, because there's case law that they'll be invalidated, or parts of them will be invalidated if they're unreasonable and if they don't match kind of what's been industry accepted. So that's where I will leave that. I look forward to the conversation, but we need to get this thing focused because right now it's just out of control. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I do want to say that in defense of the trial lawyers, in this instance, I must say, this was not who brought this to us. It was the attorneys who work for the Legal Services Corporation of Connecticut that deal with poor people who don't have money. They have to be pretty poor to be able to qualify for those services, and they don't make enough money to hire a lawyer. 2 times the minimum wage is $70,000, roughly $70,470.40 today, and I just don't think employees earning less than that have the capacity to go out and hire lawyers to negotiate non-compete agreements when they're looking for employment. So this is really geared toward ensuring that people, and these are not, they're not going up against a mom or pop shop. This is generally happening in large corporations who do have teams of lawyers who draft them. And this is to protect them from being in that situation where they enter into an agreement that is very disadvantageous to them. But I know that we will continue to discuss this, and we'll have more debate. And for now, I would call on the clerk to call the question. Call the roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 12, House Bill 5492, an act concerning limitations on the use of non-compete agreements. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson's no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gothier, yes.
Representative Master Francesco. Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're moving on to item number 13, Senate Bill number 441, an act requiring a study of labor law violations by limited liability companies and other business entities. This is a JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 3139. The S language takes us from being a study to now being a task force.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 13, Senate Bill 441, an act requiring a study of labor law violations by limited liability companies and other business entities. This is a motion to JFS to the floor. LCO 3139. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Gothier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the last item under number 3 on our agenda is number 14, House Bill number 5495, an act concerning review of decisions by the Connecticut State Employees Retirement Commission by the Superior Court and authorizing appeals of decisions of the Medical Examining Board. This is JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 3430. And do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The S language provides in line 14 that nothing in this subsection shall take effect until the State Employees Bargaining Agent Coalition has provided its written consent to the clerks of both houses of the General Assembly to incorporate the terms of this subsection into its collective bargaining agreement. Any comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 14, House Bill 5495, an act concerning review of decisions by the Connecticut State Employees Retirement Commission by the Superior Court and authorizing appeals of decisions of the Medical Examining Board. This is a motion to JFS to the floor. LCO 3430. Senator Kushner.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes. I was looking at the wrong one. It is 3430. Senator Kushner is a yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gothier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we have now completed all the items under agenda item number 3. And before I move to item number 4, which is adjournment, I do want to say this is our final meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee to, well, the final meeting unless we have bills referred to us. And I want to thank the people who work so hard. I would normally say behind the scenes, but they're really not behind the scenes. They've been in this room and you've seen them all on camera, especially since I walk over to that desk to my right all the time. But they really, the work is immense. I can tell you that these folks are available around the clock, weekends. There's no restriction on when we call and ask for help and rely on them to produce the bills and to help us do the work of this committee and get what I think is some amazing work done. So I do want to thank our LCO, Heather Reeves, our OLR staff, both Lee Hansen and Alyssa Santos, my Senate policy expert, Molly O'Connor. I know also very expert in the House. The policy person is Chris Calabrese. Corey Rio has been involved, the attorney in House Democrats. Cameron Clark, our clerk, does an amazing job, and I know you all recognize how much he keeps us organized and on task. This time we've had wonderful assistant clerks, both Olivia Bucksack, did I say that right? Buzak, and also Lauren Sanchez, who has just been, particularly wonderful to have. Olivia came back in the room just in the nick of time, but also Lawrence, who, testified before this committee, not in this room. I think we were in the room across the hall when he testified as an eye health worker that was on strike, and I think we were so impressed with your testimony, and it's been great having you here with us. My aide, Haley Zawolinsky, who does an amazing job, as well as Thomas Tognieri. Did I say that close? Close enough, Thomas, who's just been wonderful to have working in side by side with my co-chair, my good co-chair. We also have some interns here that I want to recognize. Charmel Rivera, who's been with us and is probably getting close to the end, and Tenny Larson, who's not here today in the room, but has been wonderful help to us. And an intern that will be starting now, Arushi Tripathi. And Arushi is a student at Richfield High School, and it's wonderful to have her here and starting your internship. Also, Representative Sanchez has an intern, Flynn McGinnis, who's been really wonderful to work with these young folks who come in to learn and to see how the making of laws is done. I want to say a word about my good co-chair. My good co-chair has become more than just a co-chair, but a friend. Manny Sanchez, you do an amazing job, but you do it under conditions that very few of us have had to work under, having a baby like the first week of session, which of course your wife went through most of that labor, but I would say all of that labor. But I really, it's just been a delight to work with you in this committee. I thoroughly enjoy working with you and sharing with you the important pieces of legislation that we're passing. So this is a great committee, and I do want to turn it over to our ranking because I know you rely on your staff as well, just as much as we do, including all of our nonpartisan staff that I've already named, but I'm sure you have others you'd like to acknowledge.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to do this, and I really think it's great that you took the time to acknowledge our nonpartisan staff and the serious workload that they are under in this committee with the mountains of substitute language at the last minute, et cetera, that we're always referencing. I know people in this building definitely work hard, and I appreciate every one of my colleagues. We don't always agree on things, but I do believe that even though this committee might get heated at times, I think we still have a mutual respect for one another and the hard work that we do. And I certainly want to thank all the folks involved and all the staff, including my colleagues' staff on the other side. But for the Senate Republicans, we have Nolan Davis, who was my former legislative aide, who has now actually been promoted to be my research guy for labor. So God bless Nolan for all his hard work backing me up on things. And I'm also supported by my amazing legislative aide that I have now, Juliana Barone. And you've already mentioned Olivia, who is my constituent, as well as our assistant clerk for this committee. And I will turn it over to Representative Weir to recognize the House people. But again, thank you to all concerned, including all of the hardworking folks that we may have missed.
Yeah, and thanks to my colleagues for the good discussion this session. Happy to have Chris Matta here, who's been my support in terms of research. That's been great. John Plavkin upstairs is my aide, and got to give it up to there he is, Cameron, because he's going 100 miles an hour. He's right outside my office. He is intense. I hear him getting things lined up early in the day and at the end of the day wrapping things up. So it's that guy's on the ball. So thank you.
And let me just say thank you, of course, to all the members of the committee. Our vice chairs, our rank and file members of this committee do a great job and participate and contribute all the time. And of course, I want to thank all of the people that come up here to testify and to advocate. We really appreciate your work. So with that, I would suggest that we adjourn this meeting. Oh, right, we're not adjourning. Thank you. I was running.
Mr. Clerk, can I record my vote that I missed?
Hold on one second, Ann. I was getting hoarse, and I thought I could finish without having to cough, but I didn't. Thank you, Representative Weir. We are going to hold votes open. I believe we can hold them open until, I think we should be good if we hold them open until 4 p.m., at which time the meeting will be adjourned. But for now, we're in recess until 4 p.m. Thank you all.
Cameron, do I have a vote that I need to record?
You are missing no votes in labor today.
Wow, I should get a gold star.
What about me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Representative Gothier, let me just check quickly. I have no missed votes from you either.
That's 2 gold stars.
Yep, it is.
Cameron, do I have a vote that I need to record?
You are missing no votes in
Hello, Cam.
Hello, Representative Camino. How you doing today?
How's it going? Good. Good to see you.
Good and you?
Not bad. I got some votes for you.
All right, so you're missing 1 through 14. Let's start from the top. 1 HB 5491, an act concerning centralization of the workforce development information. That is a JF to the floor.
Yes.
Item number 2, HB number 5497, an act establishing a task force to study the effects of artificial intelligence on the trades industry and requiring a study of a certified nursing assistant training program. That is a JFS to the floor with LCO number 3409.
Yes.
Item number 3, that is SB number 443, an act concerning the provision of survivor's benefit and health insurance coverage to family members of corrections officers, court support services, division investigators, criminal justice division investigators, and office of the chief public defender investigators killed in the line of duty. That is AJF to the floor.
Yes.
Item number 4, that is SB.
Let me just save you some time. 4 through 10 are going to be no.
4 through 10 or no? All right, 4 through
Yes.
10.
All right, perfect, yeah.
5. Just want to make sure we're putting your votes in on the correct spots.
Of course, I appreciate it.
Eight. And
Use that line. You got it. I'll be right.
now we're on item number 11, SB number 439, an act concerning electronic surveillance devices and systems and self-service kiosks in employee lounges. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO number 3444.
Yes.
Item number 12, this is HB number 5492, an act concerning limitations on the use of non-compete agreements. This is a JF to the floor.
No.
Item number 13 is SB number 441, an act requiring a study of labor law violations by limited liability companies and other business entities. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO number 3139.
Yes.
And the last one, item number 14, this is HB 5495, an act concerning review of decisions by the Connecticut State Employees Retirement Commission by a superior court and authorizing appeals of decisions of the Medical Examining Board. This is JFS to the floor with LCO number 3430.
Yes.
All right, you're all caught up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And unless we have any bills referred to us later and our work is done, I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Likewise, it's good to be here.
Thanks. Good to see you. Take care.
Yep, you too. Hello, Representative Hall. Can you hear me? Representative Hall, you are muted still. Hello, Representative Hall. Can you hear me?
Just a second. I got two screens up. Hold on just a second. Okay?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, but I can't see your camera.
I'm not sure what's going on with my video.
Yeah, I just see a black screen.
Yeah, me
Is
too.
there something covering it, maybe?
No. Let me try to go back and come back in.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Yes, now I can see you, Representative Hall. Can you speak and hear?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, perfect. There we go. All right, let's see. Missing bills 1, 2, and then 9 through 14 to start from the top. So number 1, House Bill number 5491, an act concerning centralization of the workforce development information. That is the JF to the floor.
Yes.
Number 2. Number 2 is House Bill number 5497, an act establishing a task force to study the effects of artificial intelligence on the trades industry and requiring a study of a certified nursing assistant training program. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO number 3409.
Yes.
Let's move on to 9 and also double check the other ones. All right, for item number 9, this is SB 440, an act concerning unemployment for striking workers. This is a JF to the floor.
Yes.
And number 10, this is SB 435, an act concerning automated decision systems protections for employees. This is JFS to the floor with LCO number 3450.
Yes.
Next, we have item 11, which is SB number 439, which is an act concerning electronic surveillance devices and systems and self-service kiosks and employee lounges. This is JFS to the floor with LCO number 3444.
Yes.
Next, item 12, which is House Bill 5492, an act concerning limitations on the use of non-compete agreements. This is a JF to the floor.
Yes.
Next is item number 13, SB 441, an act requiring a study of labor law violations by limited liability companies and other business entities. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO
Yes.
number 3139.
Yes.
Oh, everybody's on.
Next is item number 14, House Bill number 5495, an act concerning review of decisions by Connecticut State Employees Retirement Commission by Superior Court and authorizing appeals of decisions of the Medical Examiner Board, JFS to the floor with LCO number 3430.
Yes.
All right, you're all caught up.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yep, you too. Hello, Senator Lesser.
Hello, how are you?
Good, and you? There you go. Now I can see you. All right. You're missing bills 4 through 14.
I'm in support of 4 through 14.
Oh, okay. That works for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yep, take care.